Hey, what's going on and how you doing out there today? This is your Uncle Steve. It is Sunday, January 4th, and man, guess who's not going back to work tomorrow? News just came down. Coach Raheem Morris is out of here. Sounds like reports saying Terry Fontenot is out of here as well. Uh, all of this on the end of sweeping the Saints today, 1917 at Mercedes-Benz. Obviously, we have a lot to talk about. We'll get to it in just a second. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge.
You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. You're in Uncle Steve's Lounge. Gonna sit down, have a good time.
What is going on? How y'all doing out there today? This is your Uncle Steve here in Uncle Steve's Lounge. And folks, Raheem Morris is out of here. I can't even try to pretend like this is big time breaking news. I normally, when things like this happen, you figure the Falcons do stuff like this in the middle of the night or something. But no, Raheem Morris is out of here. Um, Listen, if we go back to last 2024 when they were doing the search and everybody was talking about potential coaches to come in, not a lot of people had Raheem Morris on the radar. I must admit it was a little shocking to me that he was on the radar, but he came. He talked a good game. I bet you he wowed him in the interview. He wowed me in his first press conference or two. He wowed me when he got out to a 6-3 start. But what can't be ignored is falling apart last year and falling apart in the middle of this year. And it makes me feel good to know that Arthur Blank is not completely fooled by saying, oh, these 4 wins at the end of the year means we can do it on a regular basis. It also means that we're not being complacent. That's the one thing I do like about this. A lot of people had a lot of thoughts about what should happen in this situation. A lot of people were, oh, Raheem's going to get another chance. And I'm not going to lie to you, it kind of seemed like he did too. And they showed him, they showed a little scene of him hugging Arthur Blank and the son after the game. And, a lot of people were, oh man, that's it. He's staying. But you don't win, folks. You don't. It's time to go. Terry Fontenot getting released. Yes. Great draft class this past year. Set us up for the future. But in reality, it's kind of the same thing that Raheem did. It's like, okay, it's taking you 3.5 years to finally get this right. And maybe the Kirk Cousins decision may play a big part in this. Maybe they had to talk Arthur into getting Kirk Cousins, and now we're kind of stuck. I mean, we can release him, but it's still going to be a little bit of a price. Not as big of a price as if you keep him. So, yeah, not totally surprised. I'm kind of 50-50 on the move, though. I will say this, and hear me out. It's not because of Raheem Morris's great winning tradition. Is that we're starting over again. And maybe the good thing is there are a lot of elements that you don't have to start over on, but nevertheless, new coaching philosophy, new set of coaches, new staff in there with Terry, and where Terry was. It's here we go again. And as much as it sounds like it's a great move, and in retrospect, it probably is. The fact of starting all over again, folks, don't celebrate too hard, because sometimes that means you do have to get the players acclimated to how this person is. Now, it could be a Mike Vrabel thing where you come in and change it right away, and I hope that is it. But I must admit, I'm a little concerned about, the quick changes in here. Let me get right to the comments, because I know a lot of people are on here today. T-Bone, what's going on? He say, thank goodness they both gone, but we did win. Yeah, we won. And again, I want to make sure everybody understands that those guys need to leave. I'm not going to celebrate and give people this, die, ha, 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 you're fired. Yeah, as a fan, that sucks, because now we got to bring in another crew. Now we got to start believing in somebody else again. Hopefully it's the right person, but who knows? There was no guarantee that Raheem was going to work out any more than Bill Belichick working out. He ain't even working out in college. Terry Fontenot, must admit, I'm not gonna lie to you, very likable dude. But after 5 years, you haven't produced a winning season, man. You gotta go. I understand. Dondre says, I feel like moonwalking. Wow. Shard, what's going on? I work for Delta Airlines. I would give him a flight ASAP out. Oh, man, y'all are horrible. Y'all are horrible. Dondre said, Uncle Steve, who is on the coach radar? Any candidate. Look, at this point, it just happened. You're going to have to see what happens tomorrow, what coaches are let go, and all of that. I think that has a lot to do with maybe why they're doing this thing early. I think the Falcons, if it's one thing that I think they probably are going to get, is they're going to get somebody experience. That's just my thought. That's just me. Karina, how you doing, Karina? Good to see you. I know I saw you plenty of times today on the camera. They show you all the time over there, rooting yourself off over there. Good job, as always. As now is the second story. The Atlanta Falcons sweep the Saints for the first time since 2016. Win the game 19-17. It was an effort, but they did come up with the win, and good for them. They needed that. Jimmy Hall, what's up, Jimmy? He said, what's up, Unc? Glad to get the win, but I thought no matter what, him and Terry was being gone was a must. However, I hope whoever is the next coach is keeping Ulbrich and Ollie. Our line play in D was so underrated. And that's one of the things that kind of might get compromised. I want people to realize this. Ulbrich might be a loyal cat, and he might not want to stick around with the guy who, now that the guy who gave him the opportunity is gone. Now, I'm pretty sure Arthur Blank and company might be talking to him and say, hey, we got a plan for you, Jeff. Just hold what you got. But we don't know. And a lot of times when they do situations like that, they will fire the coach and then hold on to the assistants first before they did that actually with Arthur Smith. Ryan Nielsen didn't get fired. Ryan Nielsen left for Jacksonville right after that. So, we'll see. Dondre say Blank might put Matt Ryan in Terry's position. This is, we've heard rumors that the Blank family is possibly looking at Matt coming in a position. Hey, who knows? Zone One Legend, what's going on, man? Says still shocked about the Terry firing, but he put a great product on the field. Still think McKay is the problem. I was literally talking to my buddy Berto, who does his thing online. Him and Bro Talk do their thing on Wednesdays on their show. And I said the trifecta that would make me take it seriously, just like you said, is on one, is if you say Rich McKay is retired, out of here, gone, that's what'll make me think it's taken seriously. It's like enough is enough. Let's just start this from scratch and see what's going on. We have too many talented players on this team right now, and especially the young ones, to be messing around, tying, having a three-way tie at 8-9 and not winning division. That's just borderline ridiculous. Jimmy Hall says, please, so don't be shocked, but the new GM is probably going to be Rich McKay's son, John, who is the assistant GM in LA with the Rams. Matt will be right beside him to guide him. Give me Clint Kubiak to be the head coach. A lot of people have Clint on their list. Dondre says, fire Rich McKay. It's not his team. Joe Mitz says, and they just fired Terry. Yeah, I just saw that, Joe, man. And again, I know a lot of people, the popular thing was to say, go ahead and fire Raheem. But folks, let's not pretend 7-10, 7-10, 7-10, 8-9, 8-9. That's been the franchise under Terry Fontenot's management. And it's not, it's not anything against Terry. The facts are the facts. And as great as a draft as he had this past year, there will be some that will point to the Kirk Cousins albatross contract. I mean, it's a lot of things you can put up there. What's going on, man? That one Falcon fan for life. We missed you. It's been a darn minute. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, brother. Glad we're cleaning that house, but it sucks that the new regime won't have a first-round pick, but James Pierce season negates it, man. James Pierce season more than negated it. You don't have to worry about somebody bringing in, teaching them how to do something. James Pierce is that guy. Listen, as much as I love, the team isn't built around one number one pick. So as much as I hear you, I'm not concerned about that. James Pierce is double-digit sacks and really didn't even get revved up till the mid-season. So I can only imagine after an off-season of training and getting out there what he's going to do as far as that's concerned. Hey, listen, if y'all coming in, I appreciate y'all reporting on the news. Obviously, Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot released per reports. Still waiting for statement from the Atlanta Falcons. I'm pretty sure it's going to come in a little bit. But yeah, that's where we are right now. Atlanta Falcons look like they are moving on from Raheem and Terry. Let's see. Jimmy says the only downside to this job is we don't have a sure situation at quarterback, so Atlanta has to figure something out. And that's one of the things you got to think about too, man. Look, that's part of it. Okay, so I'm gonna read. They have the news here. Okay, here's the official statement from Arthur Blank. Say, I have great personal affinity for both Raheem and Terry and appreciate their hard dedication to the Falcons. But I believe we need new leadership in these roles moving forward. The decision to move away from people who represent the organization so well and have a shared commitment to the values that are important to the organization is not an easy one, but the results on the field have not met our expectations of those of our fans and leadership. I wish Raheem and Terry the absolute best in their future pursuits. So again, so that kind of lets me know that this was probably already decided even before these last couple of games. I think this was decided when they were out of the playoffs 4 weeks ago. And I really do. David said, well done, the shoe is dropped. Yeah, I know, man. Consumer Favors says, go get Louis Riddick for GM, not Matt Ryan. Like I said, nothing is official. Everybody, throws the rumor mill out there and see what's going on. Everybody has an opinion on what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do it. That's the thing we're gonna have to be patient on. I have a feeling that the Falcons are probably gonna wait to see who is coming back to their team. Listen, there's a good chance you might get some coaches out there that you didn't expect to get let go, and they might be gone. So just we're going to have to be patient, folks. There's going to be a lot of candidates for GM and head coach out there for sure. Kelvin, what's going on? He said, we sweep the Aints. Aints sweep the Carolina. Carolina sweep us. What a division. Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with it, too. When you start thinking, if you're Arthur Blank and you see the division winner with an 8-9 record, which mirrors your record, and you're saying to yourself, not only are we much better than an 8-9 team, we're going to be in third place between those teams. What an embarrassment of this team. What an embarrassment that you couldn't get one out of the other 9 losses to flip around to a win. At some point, you're going to get frustrated as an owner. I don't blame him. Coach's Corner is in the house. What's going on, Coach? How you doing, brother? He said, no way this should be celebrated. I get not liking him, and he does deserve to be fired. But now 4 coaches in 6 years, what coach gonna want to come to a place where a coach can't even get 4 years? See, that's the part there that I think people need to realize. Yeah, I know it's Raheem's gone, no more Capri's, no more this and all that jazz. Yeah, that sounds funny, but as a fan, I think our thing is, dude, we starting all over again. So kind of like Coach says, I'm not popping champagne because we got rid of the dude. I think, look, he deserved the fate he got because I think he was in a better position as a coach coming in to succeed than his predecessors. But at the same time, yeah, we got a long way to go, man. Now, do I think you can get the right coach and it can flip the script and we can win? Absolutely, I do. But I don't think you do it 4 hours after, not 4 hours. Yeah, 5 hours after the game. I think you take your time. You see who's going to be out there on the block. And if they're out there on the block, then, you let them come on in there. David says, I know people are glad, but this is the dictionary definition of a dysfunctional organization. Very much so. Very much so. So, hey, if y'all out there, make sure y'all do me a favor. Can you like the video for me? Whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Facebook, we got it going on X as well. We appreciate everyone joining us in the lounge. Got to let the folks know where we are. This is Uncle Steve's Lounge. I am Uncle Steve. Glad to come with you today and talk about the Atlanta Falcons moving on from Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot, head coach and GM respectively, and just something else. I'm going to throw the link in here in a minute and let people just pop on for a little bit because I'm pretty sure you'll have a lot of people that want to have a lot to say about this. Give me a second. I'm going to go through some of these comments. Some folks I hadn't talked to in a while, like our brother Dexter Owens is on here. He said, Unc, I think they should have kept Terry. If you look at the talent that he'd been brought us, I think that's coming off. The only thing I say about that, Dexter, is the same. You got to almost judge Terry by the same measuring stick that you judged Raheem. Terry had a couple. Now, when he first got here, his first charge was to get that salary cap right. We had a lot of dead contracts, a lot of things we had to take care of. We know the first year or so was hard. Then once he got it clean, you go out and you go get Kirk Cousins. I think Kirk Cousins alone may have cost Terry Fontenot his job. Not so much that Kirk Cousins didn't do okay, but kind of in the thought of, man, we spent a lot of money on that, and some of the decisions we made. Now I'm all of a sudden seeing some of the fans. Oh, we should have started Kirk Cousins all along. Where were y'all last year in that 4-game losing streak? Half of y'all were talking about cutting them in. So yes, Terry did do a great job this past season, but I also say somebody's got to take the fall, man. And I think Terry more than Raheem, because Terry's been here longer. Coach is going to say it, and that's going to annoy me, is all these names going to be said, and I ain't trying to hear any of that. If they don't have a culture of winning, leave them where they at. Yeah, I hear you. Kevin says Kurt is not in on Terry. That's raw. Probably missing that. Barbara, how you doing, Barbara? Says the quarterback situation really doomed Terry. Yep, pay Kirk all that money and get an injury-prone Penix that tore his ACL again. All that talent has been wasted. I hate the fact that we have already, listen, I know the young man got hurt. I know I understand everybody wants to run out and throw the injury-prone thing. That young man, unfortunately, I'm sure he didn't mean to get hurt. I'm sure he wasn't trying to get hurt. Nobody was talking about the injury until that time. What I want people to realize is he also has 2 more years on his rookie contract. I wouldn't give up on him completely yet. Not yet. Injuries can happen to anybody. Ask Daniel Jones. Ask 4 or 5 quarterbacks who got hurt this year. We can't play he got hurt one time, he's gonna get hurt again. He hadn't got hurt since 2020. He wasn't hurt his whole Washington year when he took them to the national championship. He wasn't hurt his first year when he came in and played the 3 games at the end of the year, and he wasn't hurt for the first 8 games of the year, and then all of a sudden he got hurt. Now all of a sudden he can't walk again and all that. I saw the dude on a TikTok video the other day. He looked like he might heal up fine. Let's hold off on the funeral of Michael Penix Jr. It's not all over with yet. Merck, what's going on, man? He said they are going to go after Mike Tomlin. See, I'll say this, and I was looking back here at the score. I see Pittsburgh is behind at the moment. It's a long way to go in that game. That was one of the rumors people were saying that that could be a possibility. Now, look, if you're the Falcons, that's probably why you went on and wait. Look, last time they made the call at 12 midnight. This time they say, oh, let's clear the books early so we can have an opportunity to see all the available folks out there. So who knows? We'll see. Iron Mike said, was at the game, saw you on the Halo screen, big dog. Thank you, Iron Mike. Yeah, man, I had a ball out there, as I always do, with the family. We were celebrating. My son's birthday is actually tomorrow. Finally gets into adulthood, 21 years old. Shout out to my son, Tyler. So we were just kind of not only celebrating playing the Saints, but, watching the game, and him turning 21 is all cool. So thanks, man. Appreciate you, brother. He said, Raheem had to go. Absolutely. Yeah. No, again, no qualm with him having to leave. I'm just saying the celebration and the popping the bottles over it is, from the fans, is just ridiculous, because I said to myself, folks, we're in another situation where we're starting over again. Just like we were happy to get rid of Arthur Smith. And I'm not trying to act like Arthur Smith was the cat's meow. But anytime you have to start a process all over again, I don't think the celebration is really what it is. Keely, what's going on, man? How you doing, brother? He said, go get Kevin Stefanski. Listen, I heard a lot of people say that about him. I heard a lot of people, because I don't think he's going to be there either. I think you'll be hearing something pretty soon about him as well. The whole Shador, Gabriel thingamajig, And he kind of got screwed a little bit with the Deshaun Watson stuff as well. So I don't know. Yeah, I hear you though. That's the name that's been popping out there. My brother Lee in the house. What's going on, Lee? He's at Black Sunday night, I guess. I guess Matt Ryan will be in here as a special assistant to Arthur Blank very soon. It had to be done, so just ripped off the band-aid off and start anew again. Yeah, I mean, and again, it. I'm okay with the move, but it just you have to start all over again and again. It's not good. Keeley said Terry gave a 36-year-old coming off a major injury, $90 million guaranteed, a no trade clause, then drafted his replacement 3 weeks later, who also has an injury history. Fireable offense. There's nothing you said that I can't truly debate. That's true. 82 Monte Carlo, what's going on, brother? He said, so why is McKay safe? I don't know, and I don't even know if that's all over with. He might not be safe. We'll see. He may not be. Might be a whole lot of stuff left. We got a lot. Julian Davis in the house. What's going on, Julian? He says, Uncle Steve, I totally agree with the firing of Raheem Morris, but I would have given Terry another shot. The signing of Kirk Cousins did him in. I haven't given up on Michael Penix yet. Hope they fire Zach Robinson as well. I can guarantee you a couple of things that I haven't heard a report on. I can guarantee you that Zach Robinson is on that midnight train to wherever Raheem is going. No doubt. I also can guarantee you that there's a lot of deliberation about what to do about Jeff Ulbrich, because you're not going to tell me that a man who flipped your defense around and turned it from a pedestrian, well, less than pedestrian defense to 57 sacks, which I'm not mistaken at last count was number 2 in the NFL behind Denver. Denver got like 70 something. You can't tell me that they aren't thinking about keeping his talents there. So I don't think you have to worry about the Zach Robinson thing. I don't think so. David says, I'm not giving up on Penix, but I can't blame the next GM or head coach for not wanting to hitch their wagon to him because of the injury history. Yeah, I hear you. Keeley says Tomlin will have to quit. He's not getting fired. Yeah, I think it might be one of those cases too. I don't think Tomlin is. I think it'll be up to Tomlin. And really, I remember, and if you want to read into reports, which is I almost fingers across a chalkboard, because I feel like I'm falling prey to listening to rumors like that. But there were rumors out there that he may have wanted a new challenge, which, listen, he hasn't won a playoff game since, if I'm not mistaken, 2017, right? So all of the years of winning over and over and over and over and over again, he's not getting past the wild card weekend or the weekend after. If he I know they had a number 1 seed about 4 or 5 years ago and they didn't make it in. Barbara says, unfortunately, previous ACL tears make him more vulnerable to tear it again. Now, listen, I understand that. I'm not saying that I don't get that part. I hope you basically, yeah, I do too. I guess my point is, he's still only 26, 27. I'm not saying that tearing the ACL more than once doesn't make you vulnerable to tear it again in the future. I guess I'm saying this is year number 2 of a 4-year contract. We're stuck with him. So why not go ahead and see what happens, see if he can rehab it, see if he can get better. I mean, I saw Tom Brady have ACL tear. I saw what's the guy? His name was just on top of my tongue. I've seen ACL tears and the player comes back. I get why everybody's talking about it. I know his Indiana legacy of getting hurt. I get it. That's fine. I just don't think it's worth giving up yet on him. Just my opinion. Karina, thank you so much. I'll let him know that. I absolutely will. He's enjoying himself today. That Barbara said Arthur Smith was a bad coach, but he didn't have the talent and cap money Raheem had. Absolutely, Barbara. And that's why Raheem is getting pushed out early. For all the criticism, Barbara, we gave Arthur Smith, the one thing Arthur Smith never truly had was a legitimate roster. Raheem, you can argue, and especially this year, had a roster ready-made to at least get to the playoffs, and especially in a division where your division champ is 8-9. Antavius, what's going on, brother? He said I woke up like Christmas morning. How about that clear house Falcons? Yeah, man, they're trying to get things up out of there, and I don't blame them. I understand. Now comes the task of starting over. Now comes the task of trying to get this thing back on track. And whoever comes in here next is in better shape than Raheem was, quite honestly. Whoever comes in here next, the cupboard is not bare. You do have a couple of free agents that I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a little concerned. I would love to see Caden Ellis come back in here, not at a premium, but I would love to see him shoot back in here. I think the Tyler Algier train has ridden off. Tyler Algier has never made over $1 million as a pro, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm double checking my math right here. He has never made over $1 million in a season. It would be absolutely ridiculous and foolish for him not to try out the free agent market, because he's gonna get some run. So that would be crazy for him not to do that. I think you've seen the last of Onyemata, as much as he gave us some stability, but I knew when they had to make a had to make a choice between him and Grady, and they chose him. I said at a $16 million clip, I said to myself, yeah, that's probably going to be it. That's probably going to be it for him. Barbara says Zach Robinson and special team coach should be gone too. Oh, they are. Yeah, Marquise is out of here. No doubt. No doubt at all. You don't have to worry about that. Gee, I'm trying to look at something real quick while y'all doing that. Dante Speak, what's going on, man? Say, let's go Falcons fans. Time to celebrate. Like I said again, be careful what you wish for. I'm not talking about the firing of Raheem Morris. I'm just saying, just starting over. Starting over is it's not like that's something worth celebrating. So Tyler Algier, so I stand corrected. But if you look at the numbers there. Tyler Algier in 2022 got 705,000. That was the year he ran for 1,000 yards. Broke the rookie record, right? 2023, they draft Bijan, but he made 870. Last year, 985. This year, he did make $1.1 million. Folks, he's going to get paid this year. So I just don't think he's going to be around. I don't think he's going to be around to see if the Falcons are going to give him a hometown discount. If I was Tyler, I thank Tyler for what he tried to do. Let him move on and do what he needs to do. Dante goes way far. He said, God answered my prayers. We got rid of our problems firing Raheem and general manager Terry. Now time to get rid of the coaching staff. Okay, well, I don't know if I get rid of all of them, but if you feel like celebrating, knock yourself out, brother. I don't know. Again, maybe that's the fireworks I hear outside. Maybe I hear that's you doing that. So. Dexter said, why is everybody so hyped about Mike Tomlin? They lost by 40. They lose by 40 every year in the first round. If you look, Mike Tomlin ain't been hidden in no draft either. Just trading for old players. Don't get him. The one thing, Dexter, that I will say about Mike Tomlin is that he wins. And if you have a coach that consistently wins and wins, yes, we know making the playoffs and eventually trying to get to the Super Bowl is the end goal. But before you get to the end goal, for a team that has lost 8 straight years, for a team that has not sniffed the playoffs in 8 straight years, you have to start somewhere. And if I was going to start somewhere, I would start with a head coach like him, and he's not the only one. A head coach that has more years winning than they have losing, and that with Raheem did not fit that narrative. Unfortunately, I think he got the job because he was familiar with the organization. He came in with a good plan. And I tell anybody that I talk to about it, it's not that Raheem didn't. He probably gave a great interview. Matter of fact, if it's anybody that wants some interview lessons, you probably want to go to him, because if you look and see, he got the job based on what he sold to them. And he sold them some magic beans. And we took it. And now we paying the price. So give him credit for that. Now we'll see. But Mike Tomlin, I take Mike Tomlin in a heartbeat. I got to disagree with you, Dex. King Richie in the house. What's up, King? He said, now we're going to lose Ulbrich and Ollie. And that's what I was just trying to tell everybody else, King, when we start celebrating, start talking about, now, oh, good. Coach Raheem is gone. Well, guess what? His loyal subjects might be going right behind him. Mike Ollie and Jeff Ulbrich are the main reasons not only did we win today, but the reasons we won a few of those games early as well when the offense was super sputtering. So, yeah, be careful what you wish for. You're absolutely right. Jimmy says, Tyler at least getting $4 to $8 million a year. Absolutely he will. Absolutely he will. Whoever he signs with, that's going to be the average. I think he'll be somewhere between probably 6 to 8. So for us to hold him back, knowing the Falcons are probably going to only give him, I would imagine, probably top dog offer him 4 or 5. And I bet you that most of that's not going to be guaranteed. Julian says, what do you think about Mike McCarthy or Minnesota defensive coordinator Brian Flores? I would keep Ulbrich on staff. 1, I would keep Ulbrich on staff as well. 2, the Brian Flores thing is very interesting to me, folks. I saw Brian Flores have 1-9-7 season. I saw Brian Flores also. I know the drama that was in Miami, but when that stuff unraveled, it really unraveled. I'm not sure I want to get him in a position where I think it'll be very, very similar to what Raheem was selling us, quite honestly. He's going to get another chance. I'm just not sure we're in a position that is the type of coach that we want to get in there. I do like Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy was somebody that I was thinking about even before the rumors started about Mike Tomlin. Mike McCarthy has won more than he's lost. Mike McCarthy is a really good play caller, and Mike McCarthy is available right now. So I don't know. I like that idea. Robert said, wish they would do like the Lions and pay Algier and Bijan like they did Montgomery and Gibbs. Still not sold on Pitts. I think Pitts right now, it wouldn't shock me. It depends on who comes in there and who the offensive coordinator is. There are some offensive coordinators that say I can get along without a superstar tight end or a young tight end. If you look at all these young tight ends coming in now, with the guy, the Colts balling out, Warren, the other guy up in the Giants balling out, young guys. If you get the right fit with an offensive coordinator that knows what to do with them, you might not need a Kyle Pitts. I see Kyle Pitts going to make his money on the free agent market as well, and don't blame him. Henry, what's going on, brother? He said Terry shouldn't have been fired. He put together a good team, and he got us out of cap hell. you're right on both occasions. He got us out of cap hell at the very beginning. He put a very nice draft together last year, got 4 defensive starters out of it. But Terry responsible as well for this success? I say again, 7-10, 7-10, 7-10, 8-9, 8-9. I've seen general managers get fired for worse, for less years. And it's not a personal thing. I like Terry Fontenot. I had a chance to talk to Terry Fontenot a couple of times for more than a couple of minutes. Nice guy, nice family. I wish him I wish him well. But if you're not winning, you can't get personal. You got to let it go. And you could tell today wasn't personal. He said he liked Raheem. Said it on the statement. I'll read the statement again for those of you coming in. But said he liked them, but that's a good thing. Can't get it to that. That's the first thing I heard everybody saying. Oh, did y'all hear Raheem say off the blank had 100% confidence in him? I was like saying to myself, what y'all think he was gonna say? when that was going on, when that farce was going on. Arthur Blank has 100% confidence. Of course he does right now during the season before it ends. Arthur didn't even let the ink dry on that firing. They just won the game at 4 o'clock. That news came down quick. As a matter of fact, he's the first one, right? He's the first one to get fired officially. Hey. But I disagree with you, Henry. Like I said, I mean, Terry, you got to hold him accountable too, man. Keeley says, expiring contracts got us out of cap hell. Terry just waited for them to expire. He didn't trade any contracts away, and unfortunately, Terry waited to the end of his tenure to have a great draft. Pretty much what I said, and I didn't even see your comment. Dexter says, promote Jeff Ulbrich to head coach, bring Steve Stefanski, I think his name is Jeff, in at OC. If they fire him, or go get Clint Kubiak from the 49ers. Not sure Clint is going to do a lateral. I think he's probably trying to get a head coach job. They must keep Jeff by any means necessary. So if offense starts slow, that's why I think it'll be interesting. The head coach, I don't know. And remember, the last time we were in a situation like this, when they fired Dan Quinn and Thomas Dimitroff, they got the head coach first before they got the GM. The only time I think that might happen if we hypothetically get a Mike Tomlin or Mike McCarthy, those are the two only head coaches, or barring if they go down to North Carolina and go up to North Carolina and see what old boy talking about. But those are the only candidates that I see that they would, go and get them and get the coach first before the GM. Otherwise, I hope they get the GM first. So then the GM can have a say on who he wants to bring in. Dre says no to Flores, winning history only. And by winning, I mean playoffs. Absolutely. I agree. Jimmy says Pitt's getting tagged. In my opinion, I have more faith to cut Mooney and try to void part of Cousins' money to keep us competitive. Well, they have an out for Cousins, and they can get out of they do owe him the $10 million signing bonus, but they can actually get out of that contract next year and get out with a $35 million dead cap. That if they do it after the first of the year, after June 1st, they can split that up in 2 years. So I probably look at them doing that, Jimmy. As far as that's concerned, the pitch being tagged again, it depends on who comes in here as an OC. If the OC comes in and says, I can turn Kyle Pitts into more of a version that we saw against Tampa Bay, then I would go with the franchise tag thing, but all of that is dependent on who you bring in here. Darlene Mosier, how you doing? Said there's no such thing as capital doesn't matter if you're $100 million over the cap. You can always move money down the street and put it to the side. You can do that in some way. In some ways, you can. But you don't want to get in a situation where you keep moving it down again. See our buddies down there in the bayou, the people we beat today. They are still moving money down from years and years of Drew Brees, Marcus Colston, folks like that they have to move that money down. They are still paying for that. So I wouldn't want to get into the habit of keep moving money down the road. The Kirk Cousins is a different situation. We're talking about 2 years. And really, if you broke it down into 2 years, it'd be less than $20 million each year. So I deal with that. David says, Brian Daboll did develop Josh Allen into what he is today. I wouldn't mind Brian Daboll as an offensive coordinator. I'm not sure as a head coach, but as an offensive coordinator, maybe. My buddy Al Hunter in the house. What's up, Al? He said, go get Flores. Al, I can't bring Flores in as a head coach. I can't. Now, if you were saying that Jeff Ulbrich had to leave and I wanted to go see if Minnesota, because shoot, I guess is it 100% sure that O'Donnell is staying in Minnesota with the woes they've had up there? I can't get Flores in here as a head coach, man. I can't. I know a lot of people like Flores. Flores to me is Raheem light. I haven't seen enough of what he did down in Miami. I know the owner was playing shenanigans with him with a lot of stuff and was proving that, but I'm not sure about bringing him in. We're in a such a dysfunctional place right now, Al. We need to get somebody who knows how to do this for a certain period of time. We can't get anybody fresh off of just being an OC or DC. And I know his little bit of head coaching, I'm talking about more than I need 5 years max, and 4 of those years winning for me. Antonio James in the house says Jeff Ulbrich's record as a head coach is 3-10 as an interim. So no, and I'm not Jeff as a head coach at all. Not even close. I wouldn't do it. No. DC, yes. And remember, they asked him this summer, did he have any aspirations on being a head coach? And he said no. But I'd be willing to bet you I'm sure they are already talking to Jeff and say, hey, Jeff, we might be moving some stuff around, but we're going to need you, brother. Robin in the house. What's going on, Robin? How you doing, man? How am I feeling about the firing? I feel like the firing was expected. I feel like the firing was needed. I feel like it was done late. I think we probably could have recouped some of the season, possibly. I don't like the fact that we have to start all over again, depending on who we have coming in here as leadership. But as far as the timing, it is what it is. It is what it is. But I don't have a problem with them making the firing today. Robert said they must Kirk. It's like a tongue twister. They must cut Kirk. He's not worth the money, and he greedy and won't take $10 million tops. Yeah, and don't like I said, that $10 million is when they remember there was like a point after June. I think it was after June 1st where they had to, if they didn't trade him, not by June 1st, by the trade deadline. If they didn't trade him, then he automatically gets a $10 million bonus next year. The Falcons are on the hook for that. But they can also come out of the contract that owes him the other $90 million that he's owed by getting out of it with a $35 million dead cap hit. So the $10 million is going to be the $10 million. Ain't nothing we can do about that. Kirk Cousins deals in guarantees too. Kirk Cousins' last couple of contracts, he deals a lot of guaranteed money. So I don't think Kirk is going to be happy trying to restructure anything, especially from a franchise that he probably already feels let him didn't believe in him by bringing Penix up so quick. Which my thing is for Kirk, for people that want to side with Kirk, I'm saying this is the same guy that cost us the 5th round draft pick because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. This is also the same guy that didn't tell the truth about his injury. And who knows what would have happened if we would have let Michael Penix come in those couple of games and let Kirk Cousins build himself back up. Who knows? Maybe he could have been starting this year and wouldn't have gone through all the trouble. But I just say for those ready to save Kirk Cousins, I was like, be careful. Be careful. Keith Smith, what's going on, classmate? He said about time he would have brought back the same inconsistencies and losing in the second half right back next year. That's the part that when I heard somebody say it, fool's gold. The last 4 games of the year, you couldn't be blinded by that. And I'm kind of glad that Arthur Blank worked very quickly with that because I think if he would have waited a day or two, that would have said, oh, y'all, those 4 games meant something. Now we can say with certainty that the 4 games didn't mean anything. I think when Arthur Blank saw that, and when did we get eliminated? Was that Thanksgiving? Like the week after Thanksgiving? When he saw that our team was eliminated before Christmas, I mean, he probably had his mind made up already. He probably said, go ahead, like Van Halen, finish what you started and wind it up, put it on nice bow on top of it. No need to fire you now. And then we'll see. And all those people that were co-signing for Raheem, they'll be here next year. They ain't going nowhere. They're not going anywhere. They're professionals. Coaching, and it might depend on who comes in here next. Person that comes in there might be better. Barbara says they need to bring an offensive-minded head coach to help Penix. Now, I agree with that wholeheartedly. That's one of the reasons why I thought Mike McCarthy was somebody that I wouldn't mind bringing in. Not only that, Barbara, they need an offensive-minded probably head coach because you're probably going to bring a bridge quarterback in here. I know a lot of people are talking about Malik Willis. I'm not sure about that after what I've seen. But you got to bring somebody in here who can coach up a backup person to come in here. You got to. You got to. Got a super chat in the house. My brother, Big Brewski in the house. What's up, Bruce? He said, hello, Unc, and Happy New Year. We also needed to get rid of Zach and Marquise as well. I got a feeling, Brewski, they're going to get rid of, they probably left the building before Raheem, but I'm pretty sure they're not coming back. But, and thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother. So let's start off this year. What we got this year? Here we take our time. What's the rush? You with Uncle Steve, that's my aunt. Here we take our time. What's the rush? You with Uncle Steve, that's my aunt. Uncle Steve, that's... Thank you, brother. We appreciate you, Big Brewski, in the house. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yeah, I pretty much think that Zach Robinson and Marquise were already up out of here. Even if Raheem would have stayed, I think they were gone. So I don't think you need to worry about that at all. Henry says, what you think they will bring Matty Ice in the front office for if he's coming? I think he's going to probably be an advisor first. I don't see him in a major role. It could shock me if they do, but I don't see them bringing him in as a GM. But they did John Lynch like that in Denver, and not Denver, in San Francisco. So who knows? Maybe they will. Maybe they will. We'll see. Dexter says they said Green Bay might fire LaFleur if he doesn't win a championship this year. So if so, I put him first on my list. That would be nice to get him. I wouldn't mind LaFleur. I wouldn't mind that at all. They've been decimated by injuries too at the end. If he doesn't make it through the first round, I'm not sure that's all his fault if he doesn't, but we'll see. Chris Tyler, what's going on, man? Say, I think with a new coach and GM, Kirk might restructure, but I want a franchise quarterback and he's too old. I don't think Kirk is going to. If you look at Kirk's history, Chris, Kirk likes guaranteed money. And I think the only reason he did the 4-year thing because they put $100 million guaranteed on the front end. So because of that, I think that's what made him take the contract. But now that the guarantees, like I said, including the little $10 million sweet money that he got when they didn't trade him, I think that's probably the end of Kirk. And now that you got somebody else coming in too, I'm not sure they're going to look at Kirk. I can see a new coach going out there on the rookie, see the guys coming in. Who knows? Young Star Management, Uncle Steve, what's going on? Is that new GM coach, Bo head coach? Hey, man, I don't know. I wouldn't mind being a GM, but I don't know if I can hire him as my head coach. He'll be fussing at me too much. Shout out to my buddy Big Low. I know all the big boys out here talking right now, all of the content creators, and to keep you all up to date on what's going on. Again, if you're just joining us, or just woke up, or just been sleeping, just hadn't heard the news, Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot have been let go. The official statement from Arthur Blank is, I have great personal affinity for both Raheem and Terry and appreciate their hard work and dedication to the Falcons, but I believe we need new leadership in these roles moving forward. The decision to move away from people who represent the organization so well and have shared a commitment to the values that are important to the organization is not an easy one, but the results on the field have not met our expectation or those of our fans and leadership. I wish Raheem and Terry the absolute best in their future pursuit. I like the fact that he said move away from people that represent the organization well and have a shared commitment to the values that are important to the organization. That part Raheem did. And I'm not talking about on the field. I think Raheem, as a figurehead in front, did what he was supposed to do. That just didn't translate on the field. And when it doesn't translate on the field, that's going to cost you a job. And I think that's probably, you could say the same of Terry too. They both look the part. That's pretty much what you're saying right there. They look the part, but at the end of the day, they didn't come through. So it is what it is. Jimmy says, according to reports from Josina Anderson, Rich McKay isn't safe either. Matt is already in his role, just hasn't been announced yet, but he's in a role like Spielman, like Chris Spielman. He's probably telling Arthur it's time. Probably so. Probably so. Josina been talking about everybody lately. Robin says Penix might be out. The new GM and the head coach might want their own quarterback. Here's going to be the problem with that. Unless you already know who your quarterback is going to be, I'm not sure you can. And remember, y'all, it's not like we paying tons and tons of money for Penix. You've already invested in him as a first-round pick. Now, unless you're going to make an interesting change at quarterback, say, for instance, I know a lot of people talking about the future of Kyler Murray. Is it where maybe you make a switch with Kyler Murray, who is as injury prone as Michael Penix to me, but maybe you make a move like that. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, they could. But I would hold on to Penix because right now he's cheap. And I know that sounds horrible, but that's what it is. Joseph Evans is in the house. What's going on, brother? He said, "What's happening, Steve? I hope Mr. Blank hires the GM first." I was literally talking about that about 15 minutes ago, Joe, but how the last time we hired Arthur Smith before we hired Terry Fontenot. Now, I do remember during that time that everybody was rumoring that it was Terry Fontenot, but he was still in the playoff with the Saints. And remember the rule, you can't hire somebody while they're in the playoffs. And the Falcons might be at a point where they want to hire somebody that's in the playoffs right now. And so you have to wait to interview them and all that good stuff. And maybe they end up holding tight. Don't forget, y'all, again, as y'all coming in, and we appreciate everyone coming in here to Uncle Steve's Lounge. Breaking news today, tonight, Raheem Morris and Terry Fontenot, head coach and GM, are out of here. As far as the Atlanta Falcons are concerned, we are starting over again at those positions. If y'all don't mind, again, hit the like button. If you're on YouTube, if you haven't subscribed to Uncle Steve's Lounge, make sure you do. This is going to be another fun off season. And boy, if you're a content creator, these are times that you love. You want to love the part where you're going to the Super Bowl and you got the fans, saying, yay, yay, we're the best and all that stuff. But unfortunately, we're here and we're going to be here in Uncle Steve's Lounge to give you as many updates as we can. We are going to have the Monday Minutia tomorrow as usual. Check it out. We should be around 6 o'clock. So I'll update that and just look at your notifications and you should see that coming in. I appreciate you. Thank you all for watching on X as well. Antonio says, what's up? What record did the Falcons expect with the first year starter at quarterback? I think what was happening, though, Antonio, if we're honest with each other, I think people were thinking what I thought. I thought we had a lot of things in place. Same kind of like Minnesota up there, where you had a lot of pieces already in place. And even with the youth and the lack of experience that you give up at quarterback, you thought you'd be able to make it up with the pieces you had around you. Both in Minnesota and Atlanta, it didn't work out that way. And I don't know. I think that's what it was. I still think Penix deserves another shot. If you look at what Drake May did last year, and he went through his bumps and bruises, and then he came into this year and look at him now, MVP candidate. I think we could have something similar in Michael Penix. We'll see. I wouldn't give up on him yet. Armani, what's up, nephew? He says, what's up, before you say it, we both we both lost Friday. And Kyler Murray, doesn't make sense to keep going after injury-prone quarterbacks. Now, let me first about Alabama. And yes, I know Georgia lost too. But as far as the Kyler Murray side, I was just hypothetically talking about it. People were saying that the Cardinals are probably moving away from Kyler Murray. That he's not my first, second, or third choice as a quarterback to come in here to the Falcons. I was bringing him up because a lot of people had brought the thought of him up. Now, by no means am I saying go run right out and get Kyler Murray. That was one of the many, many, many hypotheticals people were throwing out early. That's why I said that. Hey, Miss B in our house. What's going on? What's going on? How you doing? Say we definitely about to be losing for another 3 years. Don't say that. I hope not. Please don't say that. No, but I understand. It's kind of what I've been telling people. It doesn't always work where soon as you make every situation isn't Mike Vrabel. Now, Mike Vrabel, for the quote-unquote great job Mike Vrabel is doing up in New England, New England also had the largest cap space this past offseason, and they used it. They bought every space that they needed, and they didn't have a whole lot of injuries, and it ended up working out. So from that standpoint, it worked for him. But kind of like she's saying, it does seem like we're about to start all over again. And those cycles do run 2 to 3 years sometimes. Hopefully, it's not the case, but I understand where her pessimism is on that. Amanda says, I don't think Terry deserved to be fired. I know a lot of people say the same thing. Uh, I know a lot of people say that, but hey, I, 5 years. Barbara says May is a first-year starter too. No. Drake May started how many games last year? Drake May started a lot of games last year. Drake May came in week let's see right quick. Yeah, Drake May played quite a few games. Let me see. Just to pull that up real quick. Drake May played 13 games last year. He played 13 games, went 3-9, 66%, 15 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions. 13 games. Penix hadn't even started 13 games yet. And then this year he's gone. So no, ma'am. He's not a first-year starter. This is his second year starting. Armani said Terry can't draft and coach. Yeah. I like Terry too. Like Jermaine Jackson says, for those of you who remember, don't take it personal. Sometimes it just happens like that. But brother Kerry in the house, man. Kerry is the beneficiary of the Falcons win today, as he is a Carolina Panthers fan. And for those that remember, the NFC South was so horrid this year that the third and fourth place teams decided who won the division. But congratulations to the Panthers for winning the division at an 8-9 record. But he says too much talent for the record you guys have, and the league is results oriented. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, Kerry. We had if you really look team for team, and I know Tampa Bay is full of talent as well, but I definitely put Atlanta right up there with them. I think New Orleans has a lot of older pieces on their team, and Carolina, a lot of people just blossomed this year. No one would have put Carolina in the over-talented. McMillan came out of nowhere. He's doing a great job. Derek Brown was Derek Brown this year. Bryce Young is still, to me, very questionable. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go to battle with Bryce Young. He made less mistakes this year, but I don't know. But you're absolutely right as far as we're concerned. Too much talent for the record we have. True that. Should have been at least 10-7. At the least. Barbara says, yeah, and I know he got hurt, but I mean a whole year. My bad. Okay. Yeah, okay. I got you. I was just making sure, because I know you usually on top of that, Barbara. That's why I was like, I know they ain't Barbara talking about he ain't play that. I know you on top of your stuff. Lee says, Kyler Murray to the Dolphins and Tua to Arizona, change of scenery might do both of them good. Yeah, that's true. That's true, because it looked like Tua's not going to hang around either. That's true. Yeah. Joseph says, New England's running backs are off the chain. They help May a lot. And I'm telling you, as a fantasy football person, where I'm going to actually win one league this, I had 4 teams total. 2 of them I didn't make the playoffs. One I'm going to make the playoff. One I'm going to win the championship tonight. Matter of fact, I need to double check that. I'm pretty sure I have clinched that already. And then the other one, I'm going to come in second place. Yes, I just clinched the Yahoo fantasy. So give myself a pat on the back on that. But Stevenson and Henderson are, two-headed monster. Right now, if you start talking about both of those guys, I say both of them. I say the Detroit duo, and then maybe us as far as culpable running back duos in the NFL. Big time. Juwan Johnson says Brian Flores. Again, I know that's a popular name. I don't know, y'all. I'm not exactly sure the Brian Flores thing is he had the one good year. And I know, and I'm giving him grace because I know he had to deal with the BS that was going on in Miami with the owner. The owner screwed him up as well. So I just need somebody with a little bit more experience for what we have going on right here. I can't give this to Brian Flores basically has the same resume as Raheem Morris. You would be doing the same thing over and over again. I'm not sure I'm ready to do that. Give me experience. Give me winning experience. Give me Mike Tomlin. Give me McCarthy. Again, hypothetically, I'm not trying to tell y'all these are my number one choices because I do not know until tomorrow or after the playoffs what's going to happen. But give me those guys. Baltimore is up 10-3. Looking at the board, 10-3 in the third quarter right now. So who knows? If Baltimore continues that score, maybe Mike Tomlin will want to take a look at another place. We'll see. Pandemic in the house. What's going on, my brother? How you feeling today? He said, what's good? I hope us fans have a lot of patience for what just happened. Yes, there you go. We're gonna have we're gonna have to have some patience. I don't think this unless they absolutely positively have their person in mind already, which I'm not sure if they do. I think this is going to take some time. This is going to take probably somewhere in the middle of the playoffs before they make that move. Yeah, Joseph reminds, the Seattle running backs too. Now, Walker and Charbonnet, they are good too. Now, they have been balling out. Charbonnet has kind of come on a little bit more in the last few weeks near the end of the season. I say from a consistent standpoint, I guess you got to put them in that category as well. Definitely. Because Walker actually showed out yesterday. McCarthy or Tomlin, I'll take either one of them in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Just set up the situation in a heartbeat. I'll take either one of them. Dewan says no first-time coaches either. Yeah, I just don't think this is a situation right now where you got to have somebody right now in there where the players are going to absolutely I want to say respect the coaches, but have some type of reverence for the guys coming in there. Antonio says John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh is an interesting character too. And that score, that Baltimore-Pittsburgh score, whoever loses that game, the rumor mill will be that one of the other two might want to get out of there. Who knows? Or it might be saying the Baltimore situation, they might not have a choice. So I don't know. Dewan says, call me crazy, but what about John Gruden? I'm going to have to call you crazy. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll have to let John Gruden go. I don't know. John Gruden, something about John Gruden, he's kind of a gimmicky. When the act is going well, Jawan, it's a cool thing. When they're winning and all of that, that's cool. But when it starts going south like it did with the Raiders, with him, I just think that act plays old. Mr. Personality is no different than kind of a little bit of Raheem. The personality and the Chucky and the smirks and the looks and all that stuff. It's all cute when you're 10-2, and when you're 11-3 or something like that. When you're 5-10, as he was getting drugged his last couple of years, it wasn't quite as funny. Plus, I'm not sure if Gruden is all over the legal stuff that he's been going through quite yet either. So I don't know if they can. I'm not sure if they can officially do all of his stuff yet. He might not be able to coach, but I'm not sure he is. I don't know. So what I'm gonna do? Listen, we've been going for a minute. I know a couple of you want to talk about what just happened today. So I'm gonna do what I normally don't do, and I'm gonna throw the link in the chat if y'all want to jump in for a minute, and we'll let a couple of you come in and tell me for a couple of seconds what you think about more importantly, what you think about the firing of Raheem, and not so much who we're going to get in there. We got plenty of time for who's going to be the coach, who's going to be all of that. Got plenty of time for that. I just want to know how y'all feel about Raheem being fired and Terry Fontenot being fired. Willie Doc is in the house. What's going on, man? He said the Sunday minutia. He said Raw walking around like he was safe. I am surprised Blank did it and wasn't fooled by the smoke. GM is lined up already. Yeah, Willie, I after this move, as I was saying before, I do think he might have had his mind made up about a month ago on this, as soon as they were eliminated from the playoffs. So I agree with you wholeheartedly that Arthur Blank already said, you know what, this is a done deal, man. I can't do what he did. So I appreciate you, Willie. Thank you always for supporting the channel, man. And what we got on for Willie?
Super Chat is right here in Uncle Steve's house. You can be running in and out of our lives. We're going to have you chatting right inside the live. Okay.
Thank you, bud. Willie Doc in the house. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all joining me again here on Uncle Steve's Lounge. Here we got coming to the stage here, a friend of the show, always knowledgeable, knowing what he's talking about as far as the world of football, and especially when it comes to these Atlanta Falcons. It's the coach from Coach's Corner, Dre in the house. What's up, Dre?
What's up, brother? What's up, brother? Happy New Year. And first, let me tell the young king, happy birthday, brother.
Yeah, man. Look, we're trying to work it out with him. My sister's getting married in Vegas in March. So we're trying to hold off on his first sip of manhood until we get out there and do our thing, so he can go through I'm telling you, Dre, this cat right here, these numbers and stuff, these odds, you'll be surprised. These young cats know this stuff.
But my son, the same way. Like I've always prided myself in being a very, very good person with numbers. My son just like he a human calculator. I'm like, bro, where do you get that from?
Same here, man. I was like, and I was pretty decent at math, and I'd say he must have got it from his mama, man. My wife must have had that oozing all through her, man. But speaking of numbers, man, speaking of it, we're -2 in the organization today. Dre, I know you have some thoughts on it. I really appreciate you jumping on, man. The floor is yours.
All right, so let me. I really don't know how to feel, because, like, on one hand, I absolutely believe Raheem Morris needed to be fired. Matter of fact, I've not to beat the dead horse or beat the drum. You've heard me say it for over a year. He wasn't the right coach anyway. Like, so. I've never been a Raheem fan. He just was the worst hire. But I cannot, as a fan, I don't want to keep seeing this revolving door of coaches. Like I said earlier, 4 coaches in 6 years is just outrageous. Like, that is not the mark of a good franchise. We cannot continue to keep having this coaching carousel. You got to give these guys some time to turn it around. But at the same time, when I say that, I'm also conflicted because although I do believe that, you did it to yourself. You hired first year coordinators. You're clearly you didn't know how to hire people because your coordinators were trash. Your special teams coach was trash. You fired a wide receiver coach. Like, everybody in your organization was just garbage. So you deserved what you got. But for my franchise future and health, I just wish that he would have been able to get at least 4 years, because I do want that coach that will finally take us to the promised land. And I feel like everyone says your Mike Tomlins, your Dayball's, your this, your that, and your third. If you think that these coaches who just like you, if you get fired from multiple places, your next job gonna be looking at you like, well, why would we hire you? You've been fired everywhere you went. So what coach is going to want to come here, not get 4 years to turn it around, basically get 2.5 years just to turn around and get fired? Like, I wouldn't put myself in that position. I don't think no one of reasonable intelligence would. So it's hard. I get it. I understand, but at the same time, I want a winner in here that'll finally get my team to the promised land. I feel like if we just keep kicking coaches out before they can really stamp their mark, then it's gonna be a hard pill. It's gonna be a hard pill to sell. But again, Raheem did it to himself. So it's like, it's so hard for me to. I don't know how to feel.
I hear you loud and clear, and I want to ask you because, and to your point, from the outside looking in, to say, I've looked at the Falcons organization and what y'all have done, and I see the revolving door. What if, because they made the sweeping move again this time, because we see or hear the rumors of bringing a little younger mind with Matt Ryan? I don't know what role he's going to do, but I'm sure it's going to be some advising going on. What if he says, hey, maybe I'll get that seasoned coach who's done this for a while, has been an organizer with the team before. If you remember when Blank first took over, we had Dan Reeves in place, a very seasoned coach. A lot of people who thought he probably got done wrong got fired the year that Mike Vick got hurt. And since then, we never hired another coach with head coaching experience except
Raheem,
the guy that just left.
Yeah, exactly. That is the point I want to stress to people. Like, yes, Raheem deserved to be fired, but since the turn of the century, since 2020, we have not hired a proven coach, not once, except for Raheem. Every single coach we've had in here has been a first timer. And if you want to finally get over the hump, I feel like, and again, that was why, and again, not to be the dead horse or go down that road again, I felt like that the hiring should have been the other guy, because we have not hired before a proven coach. So if you want something different, you got to do something different. So that's why, again, I am starchily against, all these people, your Stefanics, your Dayballs, your thises, your that's. If they don't have a proven record winning in the playoffs, I'm not trying to hear it. Why? Because we've been down this road before. And yes, it could totally be different with the Falcons, but I'm with the averages. The averages say no. You know what I mean? If they wasn't able to win elsewhere, I feel like they ain't gonna be able to win here. But yeah, I don't know how to feel. But as far as Rich though, I feel like, yeah, he did a bonehead move with the Kirk money. I felt like you had to go after Kirk because he was the best candidate at that time.
It was him and Minshew.
Right. So I understand. I understand the amount of money you paid him because Carr got the exact same amount that year, if people don't remember.
That's
so
right.
the market is the market. I just think it was a bonehead move to do the guarantee to someone who was coming back from injury. Although I understand before he got injured, he was on a Hall of Fame level. I think that's really what done him in because he cooked in this draft. He's cooked in free agency. It's just the stain of I think the stain of Kirk Cousins is what did him in. And
he was cooking in used grease though.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. that he was the pan that your grandmother used to have on the stove with the bacon grease in it.
The grease you put in the whole
that's what he was cooking with. Yeah, for sure. But moving forward, I think the difference though, and I think we have so many core good pieces here. I think this young, especially with our defense, I think if you go after a defensive minded head coach, this would be like heaven to come to. Because we have such young guys, they fly all over the field. We still have a young core on our offense. Yeah, our offensive line is getting old. But like your core key pieces on offense are young. Your core key pieces on defense are young. So hopefully that will appeal to a coach of note. But man, I just come on, AB. I need you to really go after somebody, man. I'm we're not getting younger, we're getting older.
Yes, sir.
I want to finally say that my team is the best team in the league. And I just feel like a coach of worth will give us that. Well, is it a guarantee? Absolutely not. Nothing guaranteed in life except death and taxes. But in the law of averages, the averages say you have a better shot at a proven head coach than, one of these offensive coordinators that is the it man right now, or the defensive coordinator that is the it man right now. Like I'm overdoing that. Give me somebody of note.
And also on that note, to let people know the Ben Johnson stuff doesn't happen every day.
Right.
That's not as more of an anomaly than it is. It automatically happens that you bring the hot offensive coordinator and he comes in. Kyle Shanahan doesn't happen every day.
Right.
That you bring somebody. People got to realize you still batting almost like baseball. You still batting 200 on the chances of those people turning into legit head coaches that stick around. People are talking to you in the chat right quick. Let me see what they're saying. Willie Doc say, I agree with you. You can't have a revolving door, but at the same time, you can't keep someone around if the trend is moving in the wrong direction. Go ahead.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I'm torn with is because whoever that was, shout out to you, my guy. Is that is absolutely correct. You can't, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying? It's a catch-22 because you cannot keep just firing coaches after 2 years. You simply can't do it. You got to give them time to right the ship. Yes, it was. But again, that's why I said he did it to himself. Had he had the correct people in place, we probably wouldn't. I think it would be an easier pill to swallow. Maybe a losing going the record we had if he had competent people. But you fired a guy last year. You fired a guy this year. 2 other people needed to be fired that you didn't fire. Like, you did it to yourself. So I totally agree. Let me be clear. I totally agree. You had to do it, but for the health of the franchise, I think it's just you can't keep doing this. You just can't keep doing it.
No, you can't. Ms. B comes in. She says she agrees with Coach. She said, then she says, which coach are you going to get that is seasoned? There are none on the market, at least not of yet. All we're going to do is hire another coordinator. I don't see any coach that could become available. I guess Monday we'll have to see who gets fired. So I understand where she's coming from.
Yeah,
As
and I
far
do
as that's
too.
concerned, until you see what's out there.
Right, of course, and with that being said, yes, you can't you can't just will a coach out of thin air. If they're not
Right.
fired, you can't you can't grab them. So I totally get that. But what I'm saying is, you can't have another situation where you have a seasoned coach. I ain't gonna say no names. you have a seasoned coach, and then you have a Raheem Morris, and you hire the Raheem Morris. You know what I'm saying? Like
There you go.
you can't continue to go down this road. You got to give a shot to that seasoned coach.
You bring a playground with you, you might be able to get that coach.
Hey, but I will say this, Og. For all the flack that I get, I will say this: you people act like he went to Alabama. He went to a school that is known for basketball. Like they ain't never been a football school. It would have took him a good 10 years to turn that organization around. But that's neither here nor there. But to answer Ms. B's question, if regardless on who the hot guy, if Mike Tomlin or, in my opinion, Harbaugh come available, and again, they have to be willing to come here, right? You can't just say, go get this guy, because that guy may not even want to come here. But if they're willing to come here, you can't overlook them for another Raheem Morris or another coordinator. In my opinion, you cannot afford to do that. You're already losing your fan base. Us loyals, we're gonna be here. But your average person who just probably just likes the Falcons because there's something to do. You know what I mean? Like your modern, not your modern. What's the word I'm looking for? Your I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but your fan that ain't as invested as we are. Like we eat, sleep, breathe this.
Random fan.
Right, you're right. Exactly. They're gonna be like, oh no, I'm not going to that. They're gonna lose. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
I'm gonna dig with you. Two things I said I wasn't gonna talk about because I know you're busy doing your show on Wednesdays on the Coach's Corner. So I don't get you in here often. But since you brought it up, two different questions. The aforementioned coach up in the state of North Carolina, do you think there is any thought to say, let me round around there again just to see? Because I don't think I don't think things were as bad as they were when he left the Patriots. And I just not sure whether he was meant to do a college job. Maybe he was doing it because he was bored. Maybe he was doing it because that's closer to where his play date is now. I don't know. But whatever. But do you think there is any possibility they would? And keep it in mind, Uncle Steve is not saying go out and get him. Right. I'm saying, do you think there's any thought to going back and revisiting that?
Sorry, it's a huge plane going overhead.
Willie Doc already told me, he said, "No, leave him alone."
No, so this is what I will say. I will say, and again, I will even take the name out. Like, just take him out of it. Like, the fact is, you have a proven winning coach. I don't care if it was Ronald McDonald. Like, if they win, get them. So if my answer would be yes. Why yes? Because we have never done it before. So why not change up and try something we've never done before in hopes that we get a different result? We've never had a coach with the caliber of that coach in this building before. Why not try it? I mean, we've done the coordinate, we've done the hot coordinator in Arthur Smith. We've done the hot defensive coordinator in Dan Quinn. We've done retread in the Raheem Morris. And we still come out 8-9 or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Why not? Why not try? Like, come on, people. Why not try? What either we're gonna have another 8-9 season or worse, or we'll be better.
Right.
I don't see why not. I just don't.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Willie Doc says, I can see that, coach. I feel you. The closest was Dan Reeves. I was really about to bring that up. Dan Reeves
Right.
was the closest. And again, a lot of people, Dan Reeves wasn't my favorite coach. I loved what he did for us during the Super Bowl year. But I also thought he got a raw deal. Again,
just like Mike.
The year Mike Vick got hurt, that was the year they let Dan Reeves go, which was ridiculous to me.
I think Mike in my lifetime, yeah, Dan Reeves was good, but I think Mike has been our best coach, and I think he got a raw deal.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. But it is what it is, but we got to do something different, man. And again, I am not campaigning for Bill Belichick. I'm not campaigning.
Neither am I.
Right. I'm not campaigning for these guys. What I'm saying
I need to put the disclaimer up here to tell us that me and you.
Right. What I'm simply saying, my fellow Falcon fans, we can't keep. I mean, that's the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing and hoping for a different result. Definitely. So why not give him a chance? Why not give? You said no to Gruden. I'm for any coach that has a pedigree of winning coming in here and giving their shot, because we haven't had it. So Gruden, if you bring Rex Ryan in here, I'm for it. If you bring Tony Dungy, if he can get out, if he don't immediately turn to dust, I'm good bringing him in.
Dude, I would take Tony Dungy, because what you got to look at too, coach, I want somebody who I think is a leader.
Right. A leader of men
on the field. And I'm not saying Raheem is the assistant coach to me that comes in and gives you the comic relief and the no pun intended, the rah-rah speech.
Right.
And then you give it back to the head coach.
Right.
To do that. To me,
he's the one on like Remember the Titans who's giving you the confident speech that go out here, this is your last game, go out here and do it for your mama. Yeah, he's that guy. Yeah, man.
But give him credit. Whatever he did on that interview, he won him over. And
he's a smooth talker, for sure.
He's a smooth talker, and we can laugh about it, joke about it. People can act like you could play, Monday morning quarterback on it all day. But I remember after that, people were ticked off that some people were mad that we got him. But you can't say that the pitcher didn't. What you were getting in that first off season, all of the press conference, he was winning the press conference. He was winning the media. He was winning when we jumped out 6-3. He was winning everything. But when it came down to what the fellas say, nut crunching time, then you just couldn't do the job. Kind of like in Tampa.
Well, I would say different. I would say even when we went up 6-3, like I seen his flaws almost immediately. And of course, coach is known for getting the slack. So my thing is I seen him a mile away. Like everybody was all happy, because we was winning. But I'm like, wait a minute, look at how we win it. And the same ways we were winning were the same ways we would turn around and lose. So, I mean, I've just never been a fan of him. Never, like you said, before the season started, man, he was saying all the right things, and I guess that should have been our first clue, because, normally a good talker, what's the old adage, people that walk the walk don't talk because they too busy walking or whatever it is, however it go, how the adage go, we should have known that he was a car salesman at that point. But absolutely. I mean, it sounded good, it had remnants of Dan Quinn, back when it was the whole brotherhood situation. So, it felt good, but yeah, it just, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's good. I guess we shall see. For us content creators, it's going to be very good. This off season. But come on, man. Come on, AB. I need you to get it together, brother. We can't keep doing this every 2 to 3 years, man. We just simply can't. Or we'll never win a Super Bowl like this ever.
We won't, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you think back, Dre, next year is the 10-year anniversary. This coming season is the 10-year anniversary of the Super Bowl season.
Right.
And to think that we've only had one winning record since, and that was the year after. And we have struggled. This is crazy. And this is crazy that we're going through this right here. I'm gonna read something else that people are talking. I'm sorry if I'm monopolizing your time.
Absolutely.
I absolutely, like I said before, it's not like you don't know I like having you on here, but it's just I want to make sure
you're absolutely okay.
When I have these folks coming on here, I can give them my answer, but I love that you can give them something else. My brother, check down there. I think that's Steven. What is that, Steven? On here again. He says another reset again. Terry Fontenot is gone too. That's wild. You can't get ahead when you keep starting over. Season ticket renewal is officially in question. That's what I wanted you to talk on a little bit too. As far as the fans are concerned, Dre, and yourself included, myself included, I can hear what he's talking about when you start talking about season ticket renewals. I've already invested in my PSL, so right now it would be foolish and a loss for me to not invest in my tickets because I've already paid for the seats. So I'm gonna have the seats until the stadium closes. So it makes no sense for me. I mean, I could sell every ticket and do it like that, but I've already invested in that. What do you think from the fans emotionally invested, the ones that may not be at the games, do you think they're ready to go through this again from a fan standpoint?
So I say all the time, Low, shout out to Low, Miss B, the ones that I know actually have season tickets. I say all the time, you guys are the ones I feel sorry for. Not sorry in that sense, but
financially sorry for.
Right. Yeah, I feel sorry for y'all invest money. Now I don't live in Atlanta, so it would be foolish of me to invest in season tickets.
Absolutely.
So my investment is my blood and sweat equity that I put in this team over the years. Right. So for me and for those like me, it's a little easier to say, well, hell, if I'm mad at the Falcons, I just turn the game off because we're not monetarily invested like you guys are. So for me, you guys are the ones who I feel, it's like sports is the one thing on earth that you invest in and you get no return on your investment. Like, I mean, your happiness, you're going to the games and this, that, and the third, but if any other situation, if you invest in something and you're not happy, you can sell your investment and get a monetary, get some money back or whatever, or you have an actual say if you got enough invested into said company. But sports is like, you invested in and you just hope that they do something good. If not, you just pretty much have to sit there and take it. So when you have situations like this, 8 years now of losing, it's like at some point, and I think this is why Arthur probably did it. He heard the fans cry. Like at some point, man, you have to give us a return on our investment. You have to think about the people that are paying your bills. And I've heard you say before, and I know a couple people say, he probably don't care about that because PSLs are already sold. So he got his money for the stadium, but that is that subset. The other subset, which is, and I'm not saying that y'all don't, but the other subset probably pay more in merchandise because we don't go to the game. So the way that we can show our fandom is by buying merchandise, by turning our house Falcons, by buying Falcons mugs and slippers and jerseys and all the swag and this, that, and the third. And again, I know you season tickets holders do too, but what I'm saying is for those who live outside, you know, he has to think about that. Okay, I'm starting to lose money. You know, people, prominent people, which I know you was dead set against, and I am to a certain degree, but prominent people, loud and proud, calling for boycotts. So you know, so I'm sure he thought about that. But as far as like just for me and with my emotional equity and my sweat equity in the team, you know. Well, I love football too much to ever just boycott, but I absolutely understand. I absolutely understand what people are saying because at some point, my guy, you know, you can't keep peeing on our head and telling us it's raining and tell us to like it. Like you can't force us to like it. We don't like the product that you're putting on the field. Do something different. So,
well, Coach, we're also the people that. You and I, with sons in our lives, we're also the ones that if our sons are in a destructive relationship where it's not going anywhere and the same thing is happening over and over, we're going to tell them to get out.
Absolutely,
and yet we still emotionally,
yeah.
And like you were saying, really to me, it's a blessing. And I look at it this: it's a blessing for me to be able to invest. Nobody puts a gun to my head. Nobody forces me to do all of that. So for me, the fan that emotionally gives, the one that's sitting by the TV every week, the one that finds the radio station online, the one that invests in trying to keep up with the team, those folks to me are the ones that's more valuable than the ones who even go out there. Because look, again, it's a choice.
Yeah.
So it's a choice that y'all making, but y'all making the choice. Dre, you and I have been talking for the last 4 or 5 years, and before that, before we even start talking online, and you haven't gone anywhere.
Nope.
And we've been losing ever since you and I have gotten to know each other.
Yes, sir. I think what it no, I think for you and for me and you know, like Low and for those of us who've been here for a while, and that's not a shot at, you know, our new fans, because if you're a fan, like it drives me crazy when, you know, when people say, oh, you know, like bandwagon, like who the hell want to be a bandwagon fan of this team? Like if I'm gonna be a bandwagon fan, I'm gonna go Kansas City. But anyway, anyway, you know, I remember the 4-12 teams, the 3-13 teams. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember
they don't know, Dre.
Absolute garbage. Like absolute. And y'all think y'all mad now. I remember absolute trash. Like where, but at this time, you know, again, I'm not from Atlanta, so I couldn't see the games. So I would read about them in the paper, and I would get the paper Monday, you know, and I'd be like, oh, well, we lost again. Okay. And they're gone by my day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember those days, but I think we got spoiled by the Matt Ryan era and us starting to win. That, you know, people, you know, are a little fed up. Now, I will say this. I understand if we were just losing, I think that would be one thing. But when you can clearly see it is a, like, at least for our last two coaches, I think Dan Quinn's issue was he had the stink of the Super Bowl. I ain't gonna mention no numbers, but he had the stink of that. You know, I don't think he would have ever got rid of that unless he had won the Super Bowl the next year. So I think that's doomed him. Arthur Smith, you know, we lost, and what the issue with him was he was telling us it was his arrogance that I believe got him fired. I don't need I can win this with a trash third string quarterback, and you know, and try and sell us a Hugo as a Mercedes. Like, nah, bro, it don't work that way. And then Raheem was just utterly incompetent. So I think it's the way we have been losing at least the last 5 years that's got people, a little a little overboard, which is to be respected, which is I get it, but at the same time, again, I remember when we were absolute trash. We didn't look like this. Our team as a whole was just trash, but yeah,
talking about out of the playoffs before Halloween. Before you let alone talk about
like
the holidays.
We couldn't stop. We couldn't stop a runny nose. Like, oh my god! Like, what year was that? I want to say 80. I want to say 90. Was it 99, 98, 99? Or was that
the year after
Super Bowl?
the Super Bowl?
Yeah, we were 13,
3 and 13, or
4, yeah, something like that. We looked horrible, like just straight doo doo.
Yeah, and as I said, those are the. So again, when I talk to folks like yourself, that's that's kind of the thing that bothers me when you hear people bring that stuff up. I got a couple of our regular folks in here. Island Mike is in the house, man. Island Mike is always doing this thing. He said Blank isn't getting any younger, so they are gone. And I feel Blank is hiring Belichick, his choice 2 years ago that he got talked out of, and hiring Matt Ryan as a GM. Mike says, I'm happy that they are gone, but not happy they lost their jobs. But that was up to Blank. I do disagree. I don't think Matt's going to be a GM this early.
I don't think you can do that. I don't think that's a recipe for disaster.
Advisor, maybe. Some special advisor to the team, maybe. Who is that? Who is that they just announced, Dre? Somebody's getting ready to do that for another team.
I forgot his name. Somebody said it earlier.
Somebody's doing that. They just had it in the news.
Yeah, I forgot his name. I love Matt, for what he did for the team. Absolutely. I'm not sure if I'm okay with him having that type of role. Like what in his, and again, I know some people got to start somewhere, but I just don't, what in his credentials screams that he would be a good GM. You know what I mean? Like it's right. And again, he could be the greatest GM to ever walk the planet. I don't know. I'm not this time, this at least for this cycle right here, I am not trying to do no type of experimentation. Put quality people in every position, because we have a team that has the talent that can finally take us to the promised land. So instead of wasting time, put correct people in the position that they need to be in. Then if this experiment failed, then by all means go and do whatever experimentation. But right now, I want to see a qualified GM, qualified OCDC, across the board. I just want to see qualified candidates. I'm not really trying to. I'm not trying to experiment this cycle.
And if it's anything that Arthur Blank could have learned about that, is again, you put the keys in the hands of somebody who had a model before, wrecked it, and you gave him another chance, which is fine. I don't even mind him getting the second chance, Coach. It's just that he kind of failed miserably with arguably the best roster we've had on this team since the Super Bowl era.
I would even say before that, I think this is the best since 2012.
Yeah,
this is the best roster
back that far. Yep, I will go back that far. Think about the strides, and I know a lot of people are stuck on James Pearson as they should be with 10.5 sacks. Don't sleep on Jalen. Don't sleep on Brandon Dorless in the second year and what he did before he was hurt this past year. As an interior lineman, getting 8 sacks his second year. What Zach Harrison was doing before he got hurt. I do feel like there are pieces that are still contractually obligated to us that can still make this team go in the next couple of years. But you're gonna have to your point, get somebody in here who's done it before. Don't sleep on our brother Xavier Watts. Xavier Watts has had an outstanding. I'll
To-
almost say he's played better safety than Jesse this year.
So to me, I love the two the two guys up front, but to me, and I said it on your show draft day, Watts was the steal of the draft, and he has proven it. And I think Watts will absolutely be in Canton. The way that young baby bird tracks that ball, and you seen it last game, not today, but the way he
Rams.
tracks that ball with
Yeah.
his eyes, man, is bar none. That guy is a beast, and he's only gonna get better. But yeah, I think that is what might be attractive to even with the revolving door, even with the non-job security, that I think that would be a very attractive selling point Arthur Blank can make to any coach is like look at our young roster. Like these boys are ready to go. They just need like if I was AB, Mike Tomlin or whoever, I would say to him, look at our young boys. All they need is you as a great coach, and we will go to the promised land. Like it just we have a team that, in my opinion, can absolutely compete for the Super Bowl if we had a competent coach. Because we lost 6 games by one score this year.
6 games. We had 3 blowouts. That's Miami, Carolina, Seattle. Every
Right.
other game.
We lost by, we lost at the last second or whatever. With better coaching, those games absolutely could have been winnable. And it's just that's why to me
frustrating.
That's why to me, man, you just simply can't. You cannot give the key. That's like me giving a Lamborghini to a 16-year-old. Hell no, I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give it to the guy who's been driving for 40 plus years.
Right.
I'm not gonna give it to the teenager. Get the keys to this car to someone that is of note. Please, I beg you, AB.
It makes no sense. I did want to follow back up one more question I asked, and you brought it up when you started talking about the young players, especially on the defensive side. With the firing of Raheem and Terry, what is your opinion? Do you think there's any chance that they would think about trying to say, "Hey, Jeff, before you leave, not just to stay, to retain him on the roster"? Do you think there's any shot, or do you think the Nets head coach is gonna say, "Let me do my own thing"? And I think that's the thing that I hope people realize is it's not to say that Jeff Ulbrich isn't gonna do a good job. It's saying if I'm the head coach and I'm the decision maker, I want to bring what I bring.
Oh man, you had to ask me that. So I could go about 5 days talking straight about this Jeff Ulbrich. So I'm gonna just say this. I think whatever coach coming here probably will want his own guy.
Right.
If I was Arthur Blank, though, I would relieve him as well. Now, yes, he did make us a extremely better defense, but there are a lot of deficiencies on this defense as well. For me, when you put Bertrand in the game, dude, he should be selling vacuum cleaners door to door. He should never step foot on the football field. You put Mike Hughes in the game, like bro, it's so many things I have to say about him. Yes, he made us better for sure. But he's not. To me, he wasn't above being let go as well. But again, so for me, I look at especially defense. I look at it totally different than most people. I go deep down into it, and there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things I just don't like when it came to him. But he is miles and miles and miles better than what we had last year. I wouldn't have been upset if I wouldn't be upset if he's retained. But yeah, I will let him go as well.
I got you. No, that's what I want. I don't want the popular answer. I want what you are gonna say with that. So I understand.
I had to intentionally. I got to think of my words because I can go on for hours about
Hope it must have sold you some bad moonshine or something like that.
Man, no, it ain't that. It's just, dude. When you see, for me, it's just things that are egregious, right? Like when I see things that are egregious, it's like, what are you doing? If I'm seeing Hughes get like literally teams target him for a whole game, why is he still in the game? Like, dude, take him out of the game. And then people, I understand people gonna say, well, who do you play? I'm good with Kobe being in there. Well, Kobe's just as bad, but Kobe is also a first year player. You know what I'm saying? I am okay with my first year player, getting burned a little bit. I'm okay with my first year player not really being an all-star, so to speak, because he is learning versus a veteran who's just trash. Like, what are we doing? Why is he? Again, I go on for days, so let me stop. Oh my goodness! Oh, man.
You got a couple of comments on here for your comment you were making. You say the defense is going to step back if we let them go. The player's psyche won't be the same. That's in Monte Carlo's opinion. And then Alan Mike goes back and says McKay is next as far as on the firing squad. Willie Doc said, I ain't gonna lie, this conversation is making me warm up to Belichick. I can't believe I'm saying that. And then I wanted to go back to the question that I also want to ask you, and I think we touched on it lightly, but in your opinion, Mike's asking, he said, is Cousins coming back? And would he say only if he's the starter? So yeah, let me put that in a better picture for you. If you are new coach of the Falcons, do you even attempt to try to see if he has any interest in going over here, or do you take the hit, the $35 million dead cap hit, and go ahead and free yourself from that?
So this one is a hard one. This one right here is going to show you the level of coach we have moving forward. But if it was me, I understand that probably Kirk should stay, but because if I'm the coach, I know that we're in that right now -$4 million in cap space. So unfortunately, I can't keep you, Kirk. I have to let you go to free up some cap space, and then try, to entice one of these teams to trade me, a serviceable quarterback till we can either figure out the Penix angle or whatever we need to do, because I don't think no quarterback coming out of this next draft is going to be worth taking. I think the draft after that is where you're going to find a possible franchise quarterback. So this year, I would definitely have to, no, I'm not doing Kyler Murray. Yeah, I'm not going from one injury-prone quarterback to another one.
Right, and I threw that up hypothetically. I wasn't trying to say that was.
I know. I'm not going from one, injury-prone quarterback to the next. The young boy, what's Will Levis? That is a kind of possibility. I kind of warmed up to it, but then again, that is a franchise that is known for developing quarterbacks, and I mean that's a a legendary franchise. So just because he balls out there, absolutely don't mean he gonna come here and ball out.
Mhm.
So that's a hard one, but I think because of the cap space, you have to let. I think you have to let him go.
Yeah,
I don't think there's no way you can keep Kurt.
I don't think it's any way you can do it either. I flew it up here. I don't know if you're looking at the screen or not, or whether you're just talking. The free agents available next year, starting with Daniel Jones. Aaron Rodgers is pretty much done. I think even if he
Yeah,
were to
no.
come back, I think he's done.
If it ain't Daniel, I think I would do Daniel Jones and Jimmy G only. Like
Yeah,
everybody else, I'm not. I wouldn't even waste my money unless they come in for the absolute bare minimum. Then I could do it. But I mean, even with the bare minimum, I feel like anybody on that list is wasting money. And let me be clear, I am not saying Daniel Jones or Jimmy G is the answer. I'm saying on this list right here,
right,
them the
right.
only
Oh,
them the only two people that I will waste my money on.
And think about it. Daniel Jones, even after he got injured, he kind of helped his money situation because he was, I think he was only getting 10 million or 13 million this year. Well, 14 million according to them this year. So what he did from the beginning of the year is going to get him. I don't think it's going to get 44 like it's saying on the screen. I think it probably will get him more to 25 than he
Right.
will. Russell Wilson, I think, is washed or is not enough for me to count on him to win. We've done the Marcus Mariota thing again. I forgot
No.
Zach Wilson was still in the league. Tyrod
Right.
Taylor, he beats us, but I don't know if
Right.
he can beat anybody else. Kenny Pickett, I just hadn't seen enough of him. But to your point, Jimmy Garoppolo, we know we can do it, but Sean McVay is probably not going to let him get out of Dodge, knowing that it's a chance that Stafford might not be around
Much longer.
for long. So I
Right.
don't know if you, so I was putting that up to help bolster your point of saying, goodness gracious, we're gonna be in a dilemma
Right.
because we don't really have a quarterback situation.
Yeah,
So
and I
going
mean,
forward.
even if right, um, Penix comes back like the start of the season, they give him the clean bill of health, he's
Right,
ready to go.
which is a possibility.
Which is a possibility. I'm still not sure. Like I think Penix again. This is another reason I think Raheem deserved to get fired. I think Penix should have sat again this year. You know what I mean? He
Mhm.
clearly was, in my opinion, not ready, and you've seen it in his play on the field. Does the kid have talent? Yes. Does the kid have an arm? Yes. But in multiple games, the moment he got sacked, the boy just lost all his marbles. Like he becomes immediately flustered, and that was his issue at Washington.
University of Washington. Yep.
Yeah, when the pressure was on, he would just lose it. And I think that another year of him sitting behind Kurt um, would have. I just think it was crazy to pay Kurt the money and make him a backup. I think you should have gave him another year and let Penix learn another year, then turn the keys over. So even if Penix comes back, I don't know because I don't know if it was Penix that was the issue or if it was Zach that was the issue or a combination of both. But we seen the moment Penix got off the field, our offense looked totally different. Yeah, we wasn't blowing the doors off, but we were consistently like doing something. It wasn't just stagnant and stale. And so I don't know what they're gonna do with the quarterback position, but you know,
This might be, Dre, a reason why I think Raheem got fired. Because I do feel like his handling of that whole quarterback stuff, um, probably and hear me out. When the whole debacle at the beginning of the year, remember Kurt talked about talking to the trainers and cost us the 5th round pick. I think when he got into the season, 6-3. He was struggling, didn't tell anybody he was injured, but yet still went out there and in 4 week span threw 1 touchdown and 11 interceptions. I think there was a trust that was lost between Kirk and Raheem. So I don't whether Raheem handled it correctly. That'll always be up to debate. I guess it's a problem for another team now. But I think when that happened, if you notice, Raheem was in such a rush to say, "Okay, now we're finished with Kirk. We're gonna go straight to Raheem. He's the man. He's the greatest. He's the kid. He's the this." The superlatives over and over again. Just how great he was and whatever. He did a disservice to that young man. I just pointed out early, and I apologize. I'm gonna let you.
No, go ahead.
I just showed up on the screen how Drake May had to go through that fire last year. He was 3-9 last year. Nobody's talking about that because he went through that fire early. What Penix did kind of what Desmond Ridder did. He got a little taste here, a little taste there at the end of the year in games that didn't matter. And then next year, you were like, okay, let's give it to him and see what happens. And I think Raheem possibly could be paying the price for that with the job. What's your thought on that as far as that?
So I totally agree with you. First, funny thing, I think while I know you were, I ain't gonna say mad, but a little annoyed that Kirk cost us the 5th round pick.
Yes.
My thing is again, that's on Raheem. You know Kirk is a square. His wife picks out his clothes.
Yeah.
You should tell that man, hey, bro, don't get up on the stage and dry snitch, bro. Like, I don't think he realized what he was doing. Like, he just, I talked to this. He was excited. He's a square. He don't know about snitching, self-snitching. So that's funny. I always laugh with people. I feel like, that's Raheem's fault. He's supposed to tell him, hey, bro, look here. When you go up there, make sure you don't say nothing about X, Y, and Z. We all have had conversations with people when you had to be like, hey, make sure you don't say such and such and such and such. And they probably do anyway, just because they so square. But anyway, I think he absolutely did a disservice to him. I think. And then people say, well, he played great the 4 games last year. Yeah, but he had no stress. He wasn't the guy. Right. So he went out there and he played free. Now you tell him he's the guy. You give him all these superlatives. You big him up, this, that, and the third, and now he has to go out there and play. And I'm sure I ain't gonna say he was unsure of himself, but as rookies, I'm sure all rookies go into the league and are a little bit unsure of themselves. I mean, it will be, any job I've ever started, even if I have experience in it, my first day, I'm a little unsure. Like, I'm like, okay, am I gonna mess it up? Like, I ain't trying, it's just human nature. Right. I just think he absolutely should have done a quarterback competition. I think, again, I did not think Penix was ready. And to your point about Drake May, I think Drake May and Bo Nix were the only 2 that came into the league that year that all the pundits and we all know that, what they say isn't law, but there were only 2 that I can think of that were quote unquote NFL ready. And I mean, of course you're gonna have interceptions and this, that, and the third. Peyton Manning had 22 his first year, so you're gonna have those interceptions. You're getting used to the game. But I think he absolutely just did a disservice to that young man, and now I feel like this injury now puts him 2 years behind where he's inevitably should be, because he's going to miss all offseason to work on his game because he's going to be rehabbing. So it's just a mess, and it's only. I ain't gonna say only Falcons because other teams have had way worse quarterback situations, i.e., Cleveland. But yeah, it's just a whole mess, man.
But
On top of now, we got to do new coordinate, new coach, and GM.
That's the job of a head coach to handle those situations. That's why
Yes,
you're
sir.
hired. That's why you are. That's why you're given the job. You have to know how to handle those situations. In my opinion, I think
Yes,
that's
sir. Absolutely.
what you do. Want
Absolutely.
to get a couple of more. Ricky Reese says, "How about Cam Newton?" I guess speaking of comical stuff, I just don't think Cam. I'm not sure if Cam is even thinking about
Well,
football
nah,
anymore.
he was a little upset that what's his name came oh crap was Philip Rivers came back
Oh yeah,
they didn't give him a call. I'm not gonna lie to you, because this is such a poor situation, meaning like you really have no good choices available. Um, I I mean, for the absolute veteran minimum, why not for S and gigs? You know what I mean? Like, I I would be okay with it. Like, I don't know. It's because if you let's say you do add Cam, how many guys are on that list better than Cam? Although we haven't seen him in years, but how many of those guys are better than him? You know what I mean? Like,
I hear you, but do we want to see? And that goes back to me. To me, I think the Philip Rivers thing in their situation. At least the common thread was he had some continuity with the OC, and he
okay,
had some history with that.
right.
I think bringing Cam Newton here to Atlanta, yes, it would be the homecoming that Cam has always wanted and blah, blah, blah. But don't you think that's more of a little bit of a publicity thing,
Yeah,
publicity
yeah,
stunt more than it
yeah,
is taken serious? I don't think the fans
yeah.
are trying to get nostalgic about, oh, Cam came home. I think the fans will take any serviceable real quarterback right now.
Right.
It ain't no time for jokes. We
Yeah, yeah,
need, you know what I mean? I'm
yeah.
just saying,
You absolutely correct. Okay,
yeah,
it would be a publicity stunt, but
right,
my only thing that and honestly, we don't need publicity stunts right now. If you're
right,
bringing in a new coach and a new GM to stink up their record right off the bat. But
right,
but but I will say this again, like yeah, it's a bad look. I wouldn't really do it, but if they told me they did it, I don't think I would be that upset because again, he's not much worse or better than anybody else on the list. Like I
right,
wouldn't do it, but if they did it, would I be like, oh my god, like up like hitting the
right,
wall? Nah, because I
right,
mean, hell, who else? I mean, what really could they get? You know what I mean? As long as it ain't Desmond Ritter or Marcus Mariota. But at the same time, hell no, I'm bringing Cam here because he used to play for the Panthers. So no, I'm one of those guys. I don't want if they were in our division, I don't want them on our team. Yes, I know
I-
we got people on our team from our division, but yeah,
right.
no, hell no, I don't.
We got a couple of guys on there. One that I want to resign in Caden Ellis, but I guess that's going to be somebody else's decision. Let me get a couple of people in here. A couple of my day ones in here, like
Yes,
yourself.
sir.
Juan Solo is in the house. He said, "Unc, my only birthday wish was Raheem and fired. Terry was a plus. Happy New Year. Happy birthday to you too, Juan." Juan said they should have played Kurt at the beginning of the season instead of trying to save place. Should have stuck to the plan. And then he said, "Do you think Cincinnati would give us Burrow for Cousin and Penix?" Now I know the last part sounded like that. Marijuana might not be quite right on that part. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and stew on that one, bro. That was a bad piece you got on that side. But I appreciate you, brother. Like my girl Latoya is in here, and how you doing, Latoya? Said Raheem should have stuck to the 2-year plan. Terrible decision making with the personnel and assistant coaches is why he is out the door. I hate Fontenot didn't get to pick his own coach. Yeah, I hate that.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Because this drives me crazy. I really don't understand where people get that narrative from that OCs pick their coach. Generally, what an OC will do is be like the what's the word I look for? Like hiring manager. Like they would be the person that interviews you, and then you go to the hiring manager to actually get hired. They don't actually hire coaches, at least not in the Atlanta Falcons organization. It's never worked that way. So, but I understand what people are saying, but I just wanted to get that clarification out there. That none of our general managers have hired any of our head coaches, at least none that I can remember.
Yeah, I don't even know. I know a lot of people kind of thought that's what the case was. It's funny, when I was breaking the news a little bit earlier about Raheem Morris getting fired, I don't know. I took off my headset and I heard from a distance, like in a very low voice, and I knew it was coming from a studio that I know very well in the Dixon Way. So I wanted to make sure I got our buddy Larry on here from the Dixon Way on here, because there's something telling me that he might have conspired to get this happen, Coach. I don't know.
I don't know, Unc Steve. I purposefully got on YouTube today, scouring the YouTube universe, looking for the Dixon Way to do their normal game speech, but I felt like that the great Larry was running from Coach because he knew Coach was going to come with some smoke about Georgia, so he stayed away from doing commentary today on the game. So I don't know. I'm glad to see my guy here, but I just wonder what happened to him. What happened to him earlier in the day? What's up, Larry?
First of all, thank you for having me on the platform, Steve. As always,
my brother. Always.
Can I address this Texas Longhorn fan?
Absolutely can, my brother. You go for it.
First of all, I was getting back from my aunt's funeral, so I was driving. So that's all. Game
my bad, brother.
Yeah, and but secondly, they didn't even have a Longhorn steak there that I could eat, but we already ate there. I was already full for the past 2 years, so I didn't even need to eat anything from there because we full on Bebo. You know what I'm saying? We full on Bebo. So
we in the same situation that the Falcons are in. We need to get rid of our head coach. That's all.
Y'all couldn't get there because of us. So I don't even understand the correlation of how you trying to talk about it. Look from afar.
Because y'all sitting at home on the couch with us.
Like that Wolverine man. You looking at us, looking at Kirby, sitting there Wolverine on the bed, looking at Kirby.
Y'all at home with us. That's why, because y'all at home with us.
Y'all can even make it. But all right, we're gonna leave that alone. We'll talk about that. We'll have our banter about that. About this Christmas present.
Wow.
After New Year's, and then double up. It's like, man, I got a Christmas present today. Raheem gone. And I was thinking he was not going to get fired. I'm going to be honest, guys. Because normally when Arthur Blank fires someone, he talks to the fans first. He will always have an interview with 790 or with AJC, put it in the paper or something about he hear the fans, he hear the concerns, and he's going to get on top of it. You know what I'm saying? But we didn't hear anything. The only thing we heard is that there's going to be an individual firm looking into the entire organization. You see what my name Well, you don't have it highlighted. My name today is Rich McKay needs to be next.
Hold on one second. Let me take this off here. There we go. Oh,
yes. That's my name today. Rich McKay should be next. Because we all watch Game of Thrones and we know what the hand is.
Right.
Rich McKay is the hand.
Oh.
Tyrion Lannister. Okay.
The baddest man on the show, man.
And look, I've never seen a person fail to success. We say, hey, he comes in. I don't want Dan Reeves. Okay, we got Jim Moore Jr. How that work out? I don't want to go down this path. I don't want to go down the path. What I'm saying is that if we do the same thing as we've done before, when we go and hire a coach, before we hire a GM, what does Greg Beatles do, Steve?
He sits there, looks good, and just nods his head.
Have you seen him since the introductory interview with Raheem Morris?
I have not.
So my question is this.
I think I saw him in some Uber one time. I think he was getting some Uber.
Yeah. I mean, I know Terry did emotional support after. Let me stop. Hold on. No, seriously. I think it's get back to the rumors about Matt Ryan coming to the fold. I don't know about him being a GM unless they want to go the John Lynch route, who actually had a great, coming from the booth, going straight to a GM. Everybody said, what does he know about football? Blah, 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 blah. But he knows football, okay? He played at a Pro Bowl level. He knows people. Now he's plugged into the TV aspect of it. He knows more people in the football world now than just being a player, a former player. So I'm not totally against it. I don't want him to be the GM. But whatever Greg Beatles can do, I'm sure Matt Ryan can do that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Is this another way for Rich McKay to skate?
Yeah.
Swag step out of responsibility? Possibly. But we all know that Arthur Blank's son, Josh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh Blank is going to be running things, sooner or later.
Yeah.
We got to get the hand out of there. We can't have the hand trying to run things like he did when the old king. No. So I'm happy that we actually didn't fall for the flim-flam and say, hey, look, we tied up with the division champs. And hey, if it wasn't just for one missed kick by Koo, we knew Koo was a bad kicker coming into the season, but I got sweat equity with him. So that's why I'm going to run with him.
He literally said that. He
literally said I got sweat equity with this guy. And we saw him golf divot with the Giants. That's how bad it got. Luckily, that didn't happen with us. But still, that's how far Koo fell. Like, we said, as a head coach, as long as I'm the head coach of the Falcons, I will never play starters in preseason. But then come into the season talking about, we just got to find our rhythm. we got to clean up some stuff. We got a quarterback that don't play on the center, but you never did it in training camp. I never seen him take one snap on the center, not even handing it off to Algier. Never. All things that we saw that pointed to, that's great. That's glance on. Okay, it is training camp. Don't worry, Larry. They're going to install some of this stuff. They're not going to show us anything. They're going to show us the pretty stuff so we can get the oohs and ahs all on the hill. Okay? the oohs and the ahs. But you need to be teaching. That's what training camp is. Teaching. You came in here and said, I'm going to trust Zach Robinson. I'm going to put my job on the line for my homie. I mean, I'm not going to bring up a Boondock song, but y'all know what song I'm talking about. Unfortunately, man, Raheem never learned from what happened before. And he was in over his head. He chose friendship over a job. And hey, we're here now. I just don't want Arthur Blank choosing the next coach because he is incapable of doing it, even though he pays the bills.
Yep.
He's in my humble opinion, the best thing that happened, the reason why we made it is because Dan Quinn said, let me go get Kyle Shanahan to the Super Bowl. And the more and more we get away from that Super Bowl, the more and more it seems like that. We had an all-star coaching staff that year too. LaFleur, Donald.
Yeah, we didn't know it though.
Shanahan, offensively, all-star.
Yeah.
And we didn't win it. But offensively, we had 3 great offensive coordinators / head coaches that was on that staff. Our defense was 27th that year. We had the #1 offense, and so it's just I don't know which way we're going to go, but we have to get someone who has a football vision for us to build the team correctly. The way we're going to get a coach and then try to marry them with a GM after the fact has not worked. It has not worked. If we keep doing the same stuff, we're gonna get the same results.
Yeah.
I want to make sure.
What up, Tidy?
I want to make sure I jump in
Larry?
here
What's
and
up,
grab
Johnny?
since you started on your I hate Raheem rant a couple of minutes ago. We've had 2 other people come in here and get on here, so I want to make sure I acknowledge them. And starting off with Atlanta Pandemic in the house. How you doing, my friend? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, brother? What's going on, Uncle Steve? Hey, I wasn't going to come on. I wasn't going to come on, but I saw that you had an imbalance in here. So I mean, you had
imbalance in the force.
You had a Texas fan, a Bulldog fan. So I was told I can't mention it, So I'll just show it, I don't want to say nothing.
Miami.
Wow.
I don't want to say nothing.
Hey, man.
But somebody said, "Look, don't say nothing about Miami." So I just show it.
Hey,
Pandemic.
I thought the school disbanded back in the 90s. I ain't heard nothing from them since like the 90s.
Hey man, stop that. Stop that. Come on, man.
What's up, brother?
I'm gonna take a small little part when I go back about this Miami. Does it get annoying when you see Michael Irvin come mug in between every celebration that they have on there? And I saw Cristobal was having his moment as he should have. And Michael Irvin comes in the middle of the interview kissing all over them. Cocaine is good still. But and just takes away the moment that old boy has. I mean, I just think that's just I know you would. We know Mike. We remember you.
He's excited.
And I know, but he taking that man's moment, and I think Mario need him because he ain't had any moments yet. So he needs that. But I can appreciate that. And
that's a better mascot than that Crane.
But on that too, Mike is over the top. I give you that. Mike is over the top, and it's the reason why he's not coaching there. He's a consultant there, but he's not coaching, and that's why he has not been offered a coaching job. Ray Lewis has walked in the door. I mean, but Mike is just a little bit over the top. So I mean, I get it. I get it.
Mike is your new mascot.
He is.
But he's a great position coach. He's a great position coach.
Yeah.
Can't take that away from him. I give him
he's
that.
your mascot.
Keep him in that polo and that.
Take that crane face off and put Michael head on.
There is no university that's going to put Michael Irvin in front of anything on their
Not gonna
university
happen
right now.
Yeah.
God bless him as a player. God bless him as a playmaker. All of that good stuff. I ain't talking about that. I'm saying, but no university in their right mind is going to put him out in front.
No.
Before I get any further, gotta say hello to my brother in arms, Tidy. Tidy, did we just set up another good draft for next year, even though we don't have a first round? Is this not going to be another fun off season for us, brother?
Yes, it will be. And good evening to everybody also.
What up, fam?
Yeah. To answer your question, Steve, it's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be like the Young and the Restless, Victor Newman.
Yeah.
Woo! Man, that's my boy, too. Shout out to, speaking of Victor Newman, shout out to Anthony Geary, man. Luke from Luke and Laura. I ain't gonna lie to you, y'all. Back in the day, if y'all remember "Rise" by Herb Alpert, remember that song? That was the Luke and Laura song. Luke died last week, so
you know we ain't old like you. Come on now.
Hey man, look. It's before Victor Newman was famous. It was about Luke and Laura.
Yeah. Hey, coach. Hey, I'm glad he directed that at you.
Hey,
I know that song. I know that song. I just didn't want to speak up, but I'm glad he directed that at you.
Hey, Uncle Steve, can I respond to a comment very briefly?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to let Black Western know we can be the failed cans as much as you like. We swept that ass this year, so
there you go.
Sit down, be quiet, and let us next year.
There you go.
That's all.
But coach, here's the thing: when you acknowledge one roach, several others show up. So why even acknowledge?
Yeah, I just had to. I don't know. I had to, I because my dislike for them is so strong. I just had to let it be known that we had the brooms this week. So
there you go.
That's all.
They shouldn't be talking about.
Hey man, they have about Tyler Shuck. So whatever.
They shouldn't be talking about anything. But listen, folks, I want to make sure we get our panelists to get on there because I haven't heard from Pandemic yet, and I haven't heard from Tidy, who I was literally going to reach out to, and I'm glad that he reached out to me because I got to hear his take on this too. But Pandemic, talk to me about when you heard the news. I know we got plenty of time for future coaches, future hires, and all that good stuff. Tell me about today. Tell me about what your thoughts were on what happened today with Raheem and Kieran.
Personally, I wasn't shocked that it happened. I was kind of surprised that it happened so soon. I was looking for this to happen like either after the Super Bowl or like right after the Super Bowl. But I'm glad it did happen, so they go ahead and get it out the way. We can start concentrating on getting. I don't think they're going to have interviews. I think they already have a plan in place because they've done it so early. They already know who they're going to bring in, right? The only thing I hate about this move is we lost a guy that built this team with so much talent, with so less money. I know every year the cap goes up, but and he signed Kirk Cousins, and a lot of people frowned on that. But I think there was too much drama from the beginning, and when I say that that Kirk Cousins move, I don't think it sat well with everybody in the organization. The same thing with the Michael Penix pick, the same thing with the Kyle Penix pick, but somewhere along the line, all of this stuff started gelling together. And it looks like a football team, right? But we had one or two mishaps that happened. We had injuries happen. We had Kirk Cousins not speak up on his injury. Then you had Michael Penix get hurt. And truthfully, I don't think either quarterback was healthy coming into the season. I think that's why they were so adamant about Michael Penix sitting for a full year and not even seeing the field. I think both these guys were both nursing injuries that kept them from getting under center. And that's why we did this pistol offense, and I hated it. but I hope Raheem learned his lesson too about hiring friends.
He did today.
And yeah, and the thing is, I don't think he has. Because when I don't think he has. I think he'll hire Zach again. You know,
he's not gonna get another chance. In my
he ain't gonna get another chance. He's done.
Yeah.
That is a head
See
coach.
me, I'm a man of submitted. I was pulling for Raheem. I actually wanted him here for the work that he did when he was here. I was saying, hey, this guy could very well get it done because of the way that he was getting teams to react to him, right? But this is a whole new team, a whole new coaching staff that he had no pass with. So he had to come in and play the buddy system that backfired. And me, I'm a supervisor, right? So when you go in trying to be buddies to your crew, you have people that take advantage of that, right? And they don't do everything that you expect of them and don't expect you to say nothing back, right? So when you have a team like this, right? And if Terry Fontenot goes down to Raheem and say, hey man, this thing is not working, it's not looking good. You think Raheem's going to go down to his team and call people out by name? No, he's not going to do that. And I think that's why Kirk Cousins did not like playing for Zach Robinson. I don't think it. I honestly think I don't think it was done intentionally, but I don't think he helped Zach Robinson at all. I just don't. But I like the move of getting rid of Raheem. We know that Raheem, when the head coaches leave, everything up under him is gone. But I just hate the fact that we lost Terry because he was able to do. Not saying that all general managers can't do it. Wiggle that cap room, get us some great players, get us some great picks, and hey, man, and he's still getting criticism from it. But we have a football team, guys. I mean, we are literally one, maybe two skill position players away from being that dominant offense that everybody's looking for. And I think we could have had that if we didn't have Zach Robinson.
I'm gonna come back before I go to Tidy and just address a couple of things. 7-10, 7-10, 7-10, 8-9, 8-9. What is that?
They'll lose the season.
And who is the general manager under that?
Terry.
And so here's my only thing. All of the sweat equity he got for taking care of the cap went out the window when they made the decision to overpay Kirk Cousins to come in here. Now, I do know, as Coach brought up earlier when we were talking, that at the point you really didn't have a choice. I think it was either Kirk Cousins, it was Baker Mayfield for a quick second, but Tampa Bay hurried up and scooped him up. And then, if I'm not mistaken, after that, it was a couple of little leftovers in Gardner Minshew, and a couple other people I don't even remember. So
Russell Wilson.
Yes, right. Russell Wilson. I forgot about Russell. He was available too, but thank God we didn't go that route. So when you start thinking about
Justin Fields,
those type of decisions that were made in there, Terry, as a person, appreciate you. Terry, as the drafter of 2025's roster, big shout out. But you can't, just like this last little 4-game winning streak at the end, you can't just look at what you did a couple of seconds ago and negate everything that you've done up to now, which has been 5 attempts, 0 losing seasons, and you just can't. So not negating your opinion. Your opinion is your opinion.
Understood.
You good. But I was
understood.
Just letting you know. Heidi, come on, bro. Come on with it. Because I know I've heard you, and I've heard you be very fair in all these situations. I love your posts when you kind of, with the popular thing people are saying, might not be the reality of what we need. And as far as, Raheem, that was a great 4-game winning streak, but what does it what does it really mean? Today we know Arthur Blank probably had already decided to fire Raheem when we got disqualified from the playoffs. Do you think there's any truth to that?
Yeah, I think this decision was made weeks ago. You don't, part of my terminology, but you don't pull the trigger this fast with not already having pretty much your mind made up. I feel like if he was still thinking about it, it's kind of like Cowboy said, you'd have heard something later on, after the Super Bowl or something. So he already knew what he wanted to do. For me, my feelings, I'm gonna be honest with you, gentlemen, is very complex. I'll say this: I knew whatever Arthur Blank was gonna do, it was gonna be a joint decision, and I think the Falcons probably even played hooky on us. I think they sent out some fake leaks and let everybody think they were gonna keep Raheem and Terry was gonna go, but I knew I was firm in my belief. Whatever they was gonna do is gonna be joint. Either you was gonna keep them both, or you was gonna let them both go. I knew that the split up wasn't gonna happen. Now, here's what I'm probably known for. Here's some little controversy. Not big controversy, but contrary to what I know most Falcons fans who follow this team like we all do think, in terms of who deserved to stay more, here go to Shaka. I think Raheem deserved to get one more year more than Terry Fontenot did. And I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like you just pointed out a little bit, Steve. You got 5 straight losing seasons as a general manager. You very, very rarely will see even 5 straight losing seasons. That was a stretch for a general manager. But anything beyond that's almost unheard of in modern day NFL. And normally the teams that might have done that are similar to the Falcons. But and so that was a big blemish for Terry. As far as Raheem goes, contrary to the popular opinion, I feel like he deserved one more year overall based on results. I understand we had some very ugly losses this year, Jets, Miami, but we had some very significant wins at the same time also, the Rams and Buffalo. So I feel like for a coach who was here for 2 years and he had a 47% winning percentage. And don't get me wrong, that's not good. That's not great. But, I mean, if we just being honest, it's not terrible, for your first 2 years. So I felt like he deserved that one more year more than I could say that Terry Fontenot deserved an additional year. And I know people who back Terry will say, well, he brought this guy in, he brought this guy in. But I mentioned this, I think, in one of my last couple of lives. The quarterback situation was really what I feel like was the ultimate decision maker for Arthur Blank. In terms of Terry and maybe Raheem was a little collateral damage. Kirk Cousins, that was controversial from the start. And I think Cowboy mentioned the drama aspect of it. It started off with drama. We're losing draft picks. You signed this guy to $100 million guaranteed. And, I mean, you don't have no winning seasons. He barely is 500 as a starting quarterback. At the end of the day, the Kirk Cousins signing will go down as the worst free agent signing in Falcons history. That's nothing against Kirk Cousins. I think he's a great guy overall. But the results based on the amount of financial investment with this player, it just was a fiasco at the end of the day. Then you make another risky move, and not to mention that Kirk Cousins, 36 years old, coming off Achilles injury. You got to put that in there. You make another risky move, and I'm putting this all on Terry with Michael Penix, an injury-prone quarterback, who I had reservations about, but once we drafted him, hey, let's go. That's how I am. Right. But he doesn't even make it. He basically just only makes it half a season as a starter, and he's gone. He's out for the season. And people had reservations about that pick, whether you was vocal about it or where you just like, well, I'm going to see what happened, but I know this dude get hurt a lot. But that risk factor was there. So when you cost the franchise $100 million guaranteed for a quarterback who didn't get you in the playoffs, he was a failure. And I'm just saying that in terms of success versus losses. Then you get another injury-prone quarterback in Michael Penix, and he gets hurt, and I hate to say it, like he normally always does. He's had 5 season-ending injuries in 8 years. So it's like the guy who goes to jail for shoplifting for 4 times out of 7 years. You're not shocked when he gets locked up again for shoplifting. Hey, that's what he do. So the same thing for Michael Penix. And we've invested all this money in his draft capital into the quarterback position. And here we are still really without an established franchise quarterback. So that's kind of where I'm at with Terry and also Raheem. Do I think Terry should have been fired? I said this already before. Yeah, I do. Was I hoping that we keep him, which is 2 different perspectives. I was hoping we kept him because I liked Terry. But did I think he, based on was everything on the surface, Tidy, take your biases out. Just look at everything for face value. Does this general manager deserve another year? I didn't think he deserved another year. I couldn't see him surviving another coaching, administration. So that's where I'm kind of at right now, just off my initial thoughts of it. I'm not shocked at all, and before I get done, as all of you, I'm sure know, especially Coach, because me and him be arguing about it all the time. But I think I probably was the most vocal defender of Raheem Morris amongst all the content creators, and I think the people who watch us, I think the people who watch us know that, and I'm going to reiterate this. I always say this: Raheem was not on my short list. I didn't want him before the hire. Had none of that. I have no favoritism to him, but I just felt like he was being over criticized. I felt like a witch hunt had started to happen, and this had started to happen around like week 4, week 5 of his first year here. And then I noticed, like, even the media, like the radio hosts, boycott the Falcons. It's almost like they were trying to make his legacy as the worst thing to ever happen to the Atlanta Falcons of all teams. And that just made me turn up a little bit in my defense of the guy. And, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he was a good coach, a great coach, as the kids say, he was mid. But I felt like the criticism was way over the top, and I'll leave it there.
Hell no.
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I had to put that on there. John Morrell said, guys, this is a setup for Matt Ryan. I think he's going to bring in Steve, the Texas Longhorn, Keesian, the Texas Longhorn.
Oh, my God.
Coach.
First off, we had him already. We've had him already in the building. Hell no. And he destroyed my Longhorns. Hell no.
To the no.
I don't think.
To the no.
I don't think that's gonna fly.
I'm sorry, Uncle Steve. I didn't mean to blurt out like that. That caught me way off guard.
No. I put it out there, so you got to react to it. So I don't feel bad at all about it. Listen, so as I said before, I pretty much, the quickness of how this came out, I had no idea we were going to be talking about this before 8:00. So the fact that it came out so quick, kind of Tidy reiterated, I think this was already predetermined. So I know we can run through a litany of folks, but just right offhand right now, I want one solid candidate each from one of y'all, from each of y'all. One solid candidate.
I would probably hire. Well, I'll probably get rid of Rich McKay. Maybe hire Louis Riddick as my real team president, or excuse me, Greg Beatles. Get rid of Greg Beatles. Give me a real team president and let him hire the new GM and coach, because this backwards way that we've been doing it for years needs to stop. And the only thing I push back on, Tidy, I agree with everything you said, except for I wholeheartedly believe that Raheem Morris wanted Kirk Cousins. He was there in Washington. He mentioned it, how he hugged that man and kissed him and caressed him when he caressed him.
Oh, I don't deny that, Larry.
500 yards.
I don't deny that.
There go.
I just feel in my heart of hearts that him and Terry had a deal. Because Terry Fontenot got shot down trying to get the rumor was he got shot down from Arthur Smith wanting to get Justin Fields. In my heart of hearts, I feel like Terry said, look, if you let me get this young quarterback, or excuse me, no, I will get the quarterback you want. But you have to allow me, do not veto me on trying to get the quarterback I want. I feel like that's what it was. That's why I feel like there was a freaking disconnect between Zach Robinson and Michael Penix. You know what I'm saying? That's why Raheem Morris looked over here when everybody and their mama saw that his arm fell off a table after the New Orleans game. And he kept him in there because that was his quarterback. He was going to give him every opportunity to work through that injury. If Kirk Cousins wasn't his guy, he would have yanked him faster, in my opinion. When you draft guys or when you bring guys in that want to represent you, you give them every opportunity. And I just feel in my heart of hearts that they had a gentleman's deal. I will get you Kirk Cousins, but there is a quarterback I've been eyeing. And if he falls to me, I want to draft him, and I need you to back me with my owner and the owner's son, because they're going to look at me sideways when I do this, okay? So I need you to be behind me. We'll never know the truth, but the way Kirk got hurt and how Raheem refused to take him out until until Kirk took himself out. And it's kind of that loyalty to player that he had the same loyalty to Zach Robinson. That's why I feel like I feel everything you said, but I just feel in my heart that Raheem wanted Kirk Cousins. That was his quarterback. That is who he wanted. But Terry Fontenot lusted for Michael Penix. That's why we were in that situation.
Quick thing. I'm sorry,
that's just my opinion, because I feel like he values the offense and he picks offensive pieces. He got Bijan, he got Drake London, all pro type guys. You know what I'm saying? But again, I feel like he probably, got vetoed by Arthur Smith with the whole, Justin Fields thing. Thank goodness he did. But with Raheem, he got a chance to do what he wanted to do. Now, we'll never know. This is my feeling about it. But I'm sorry. I'm occupying that too much time.
One real quick thing, Larry, about, and I've had this debate with numerous people.
But Louis Riddick is my answer to you, Steve, personally.
The debate I've had
as about Red Beatles, because he don't do anything.
The debate I've had about Kirk Cousins not being pulled last year was basically what we've all been saying so far. Is like when you commit that much money to a guy, you have to see it out. Like you can't be like very, very premature. I mean, you just gave this guy $100 million guaranteed for 2 years. So you got to get that guy more than 2 to 3 games to see if he can work his way out of his slump. It's just like baseball.
That's fair.
You don't pull Acuna because he done had 6 or 7. Hey, work your way out that slump, Ronald. Also, just gonna be unpopular, but maybe they knew that at that juncture, maybe Penix just wasn't ready to run that offense like we wanted him to run.
I can agree with that.
So like that's always my rebuttal to that. I mean, we might could have took bench Kurt one game sooner, but I really don't think we would have saw a lot of different results, to be honest.
No, I agree.
Before you get started, let me introduce our two new guest panelists that came on while we were in the middle of that real quick. I got my brother Jimmy Hall in the house. What's going on, brother? How you feeling, man?
Good deal.
And then I got my boy, and I know I'm going to not get any moonshine, but not letting him come on in. Y'all remember that movie, Say Anything, where the dude was standing up there with a radio?
Is that another movie that came out in the 60s?
That was in the 80s.
Hey, Heidi, I was just parsing by Warner Robbins High School. I was trying to see what the results were this year for the high school. I missed it. I missed that whole thing. Did you happen to
Warner Robbins?
Could you keep me up to date on anything?
You got me this year. I can't even brag.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
They about like the
our buddy Big Low Country Sports, who was all over this stuff early. He has been preaching more than Jamal Bryant to anybody, trying to get Raheem Morris out of the head coach position. Low, the floor is yours, brother. Tell me what you felt when you first heard the show. I know you were on a little earlier. We appreciate you jumping on with us, but tell us what you're thinking about the move, man.
I'll be completely honest with you, man. I couldn't believe it happened. Whenever it came up, somebody called me and told me that it happened. Like, me and Coach Ron was like, nah, that ain't true. And then it's like we had to go back and double check it for ourselves. But I really feel like the whole sportsology thing. I'll be completely honest with you guys. I feel like they knew they were going to fire these guys 2-3 weeks ago. Yep. In all honesty, I don't know if Raheem knew that because Raheem was running around and kissing people and all kind of stuff after the game. But I think he found out like right before we found out. So, but it's good for the fan base because Steve, he was at the game today and he's been at the game for the last few weeks, and it's like the energy was just off. It's like everybody comes to the games, but they're like, I mean, yeah, it's like we're cheering, but we're just cheering for today. Like, we know we don't have a chance, and we know that, if he comes back next year, it could be a 2019 situation where you'll bring him back and he'll go 1-4, and then we'll have an interim coach, and then so it was like this was needed for the fan base. And long story short, I don't want to take up too much time, but I feel like this move was made because it needed to be made, because if we didn't make it, there's a strong possibility we were going to be looking like the what is it, the Sharks on any given Sunday? What was it, the whatever team Jamie Foxx was playing for, where he was Willie Beamen.
Oh yeah.
That's how the stands are going to be looking.
Yeah.
Dang,
So
I'm in the minority.
So I was also going to bring up the fact that there were a lot of, the most part, when you went to the game, I don't know why, but there were a lot of people dressed up as red seats today in the stadium. So I can tell you that the fan base wasn't feeling any of this. Don't get me wrong. As a Falcon fan through and through, I am going to root for my team no matter what. Yeah. But the energy or lack thereof in the stadium today was not that of the typical Saints Falcons. Would you agree with that, Lo?
It was a step above a preseason game against the Saints.
Ooh.
Wow.
You know, that's not. You know what? That's super on point. It looked like a preseason game in there. Even the Saints, man. Say what now?
I was my bad, Uncle Steve. I was gonna say, which is wild because watching it on TV, it's like normally I be asking Toddy and other folks, you know, usually on TV when they show the stadium, it looks empty. You know, so I always ask, is it really empty or is it just the way that the camera be looking? And people telling me it don't be empty. But today it really sounded like and looked like it was full.
Yeah.
A lot fuller than what I'm normally used to seeing on TV. So that's kind of interesting to hear that you guys who were there say it was actually the opposite. Because normally, to me, it's the other way around.
So the thing is, Coach. So the reason
they
why
have a mic, they got a mic where Low sits, and right underneath where Low sits, and he gets up. There's this noise that comes out. And it sounds similar to like a lot of applause or something like that. I don't know what it is. But it does sound louder than it is. I'm sorry, Lo. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say. So those club seats, like I think it's like from the 30 to the 30. Most of the time, that's where the camera's showing because you know it's showing from the side. So those are the club seats. So you could go down to the patio and watch the game from down there. And they also have like the club where, you know, you go get like the free ticket tenders.
Yeah. Free food, free drink.
Yeah. So it's like in a normal game, it looks like it's empty, but those people are just downstairs. But today, those people wasn't downstairs, bro. Like, and another thing that they do, which I'm going to speak with my rep about, they give us these white flags to wave. I don't know why they have us waving white flags, but that's an illusion.
I thought it was a towel.
Nah, it's a flag.
Wow.
But they have us waving on flags to make it an illusion like it's actually full in there when it's really not.
Yeah, that's it. What Larry got.
Yeah,
right there.
So they've been giving out those flags.
Yeah, like why y'all giving us white flags to wave, y'all? Every whole game.
They used to give us T-shirts at the Dome sometimes.
Yo,
we need to change the color of the flag.
Exactly.
No, we had one gray one. We had one gray one, Bigelow. Remember,
red
in the 60th anniversary.
It was a gray.
The majority
flag.
is just white.
Yeah, they had a gray one
today.
last year.
Well, that flag that Larry's doing right there, they've given that way. Am I exaggerating, Low? 5 times this year?
Every game. They gave out a black one earlier this year, but every game.
Yeah.
I hear y'all wave these white flags. We finna blow the lead, so wave these white flags.
It was subliminals.
Oh.
It was ridiculous, man. It was ridiculous, folks. We got another person that slipped in on us here today from On the Mark, our brother Marcus Washington in the house, who swore he wasn't going to get online again if we since we were on a winning streak. He lied.
Hey man,
because I saw him step back.
Oh no, he said if Rock get fired, he was coming on and smoking that rock pack. He said that.
Hey, what I stated was I was boycotting. I wasn't doing no videos until they got Raheem up out of here. Now that Raheem up out of here, boy, I'm gonna be on here every single day. Well, y'all know not every single day. Y'all know I'm capping, but y'all get it. Hey man.
Okay. You gotta let loose, brother. Tell me your first reaction when you heard the news today. Did you think it was gonna happen? And then just tell me how you feel from there, Mark.
A Raheem Pat.
Honestly, I was shocked. I thought that there could be a 50-50 chance because we Atlanta. You know, this front office softer than cotton candy. So I'm like, either they're gonna fire him tomorrow, or they're going to make an argument that he deserves another year because we ended the season on a 4-game winning streak. I was in the car when I got the news. When I heard that, dun-dun-dun, I thought that was I thought that was for somebody else. Then I'm like, I only get notifications with the Falcons. So by the time I read that, I had 3 or 4 text messages coming in at the same time. We on that Heme pack. So I'm like, they didn't even wait until Monday. They got this boy up out of here before we even got on. Well, we didn't have to get on the plane, but I'm pretty sure. Like, I'll agree with what Tidy said earlier. I believe Blank already knew what it was going to be. You know, listen, if we fire you now, which they should have, but if we fire you now, we're going to put in the interim. We still going to lose. The season's effectively over. Yeah. But I looked at how that team just looked deflated in that 5-game losing streak. And like I said in my video, you can't lose a month of football and expect to go to the playoffs. You can't. You can't. And he did that in both years. Now, we can blame players. And some players, Mooney looked like he didn't even want to be there this season. Just to be real, you know. But at the end of the day, what I noticed is in every single one of these games, Atlanta came out flat in the first quarter. No matter who we played, it was going to the fourth quarter. That's coaching. Some games, I forget what game it was, where statistically we dominated that game and lost. And then we won a game with 19 turnovers. You didn't know what to expect from this team.
I think that was a Jets game. I think.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, you can't justify Raheem being here for another year when you only won a game more than the previous coach who was here with less weapons. You had a better defense this year, and you still only had one more win than Arthur Smith did in the 3 years that he was here. And those defenses weren't good. So Terry, listen, I like Terry, but if that was the cost of getting Raheem up out of here, I will pay that 10 out of 10 times to get Raheem up out of here, bro. And Terry, let's be honest, fam. Terry was probably toothless as a GM. He probably didn't have the pull to fire guys. He probably didn't. You look at a couple years ago at the end of season press conference when we got up off of Arthur Smith. It was Arthur Blank and Rich McKay there. And everybody was asking, where's Terry? It was then when I was kind of like, Terry ain't got no real power there, man. So again, this is a good sign because when you introduce Matt Ryan and bringing him back in a front office position, my first thought is that analyst money is good money. Ain't nobody getting out of them seats for another shot in the NFL unless it's something worthwhile. So I like what might happen, but again, I'm a little cautious. Atlanta needs to take its time. We've rushed in a lot of these situations, and what gets me, and I'll shut up. The last coaching search that we had, Atlanta interviewed everybody, and they landed on Raheem Morris. I'm baffled at how that happened, and I feel like Arthur Blank owes us an explanation as to how you let all these guys in. Most of them are winning now.
You know, in the playoffs.
And you picked Raheem Morris, who has, now it's clear he has no business being a head coach.
No.
And I think what Arthur Blank saw, said this in my video too, he's probably taken a look at the landscape of the NFL. You look at Chicago. Chicago looked like a hot mess when Eberflus was the coach. When they got off of him, now I think they're the number 2 seed, if I'm not mistaken. They're in the playoffs.
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2.
They're in the playoffs. You look at New England. We had a shot at that guy too.
Vrabel, yep.
You know, you look at Jacksonville. A lot of these teams are turning this thing around inside of a year. You look at Denver. They're turning things around inside of a year. You couldn't have kept Raheem Morris, man. You couldn't have. It's bad optics. The fan base majority of the fan base was already off him. So from a business perspective, you ain't had no choice. You know. So I'll end it with that. I was shocked, but I'm smoking on that pack, so I'm good.
I kind of look. I don't know. I guess I'm the only one up here who looks at it different. I don't. My bad. Go ahead, on.
No. You good. I did say when you were talking about Raheem, as far as I think my only pause with what you were saying is I think that he already knew the moment we got eliminated, as far as Raheem and Terry is gone. I do think bringing the talk of Matt Ryan coming in, the more visual of seeing Josh Blank out in front, maybe they're infusing a little bit of more modern-esque type guys to come in, maybe some younger or more what's going on today thinking. I don't think it's going to be a shock to hear either in the next day or two Rich McKay is being moved or Rich McKay is leaving in that sense, because I think if you're going to clean house in a swoop like you just did, why not go all the way and say, yeah, what they would say, and they were keeping Rich around because the soccer stuff was there and all that. Now that's gone. So why keep him around? Why not make that an announcement? To, I think it was Coach's point, I think Larry said it too. When I finally hear that Rich is out of there as well, even though I'm one of the ones that defends him, but to say what's going on, when you get him out of the way, then you'll really convince me that you're trying to make a clean sweep.
Look, if you clean in the house, don't sweep the floor and not wash the dishes. If you gonna clean house, clean house.
Yeah.
Now you mentioned and somebody mentioned earlier, talk about Josh Blank. Fact of the matter, one thing that a lot of people don't know is that the reason why Raheem got that job, and a lot of people don't know this. I'm so glad I can speak on this stuff now. The reason why Raheem got that job is Josh Blank went on vacation the offseason of, what was that, 2023, 2024?
Mm-hmm.
Guess who was on vacation with him?
Zach
Smiling Raheem.
Your boy Raheem Morris.
Smiling Raheem.
So, I mean, is it one of them situations where it's like, I mean, I know that they're trying to implement, and you've seen Josh like around a whole lot more, like around the stadium and everything. It's like, I know they implemented him more.
Yeah.
Like, is that really going to be a good thing? Like, if it's a situation where we bring in Raheem Morris, and whenever we first start seeing Josh be a little bit more active, is it really a good thing if Josh's first decision was to bring Raheem Morris in the first place?
Yep.
Hey,
well, he might have still had a little bit of dad's influence at that time. I mean, maybe he was just, when I saw him start to answer the phone for the draft picks last year, that let me know that, oh yeah, he's being integrated into this thing right now. And God bless. I hope Arthur Blank stays around as long as he can. But I also feel like maybe he's saying, you know what? Let me go ahead and let some of these young boys handle that. So I'm not even sure it's more of a Matt Ryan is that much of a genius more than it is, let me put some different type thinking folks in here and see what we can come up with as far as the new Atlanta Falcons in 2026, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So we got another person coming in. I'm so glad it's turned into a nice little all-star panel in here. My brother T. Will is in here. What's going on, T. Will? Good to see
What's
you.
happening, T?
I know
going on?
you are probably the only person that I
Fresh
saw
off the
on.
TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He was the only person that was a little emotional to see his uncle Raheem.
Man, I was.
So go ahead and tell us
Oh,
after
wow.
you finished. What I call was very emotional separation
my
from
God.
Raheem.
Hey,
Don't go, Raheem. Don't go.
So you hit your little computers. You turn the computers
I
off.
tell you, the screen just went off.
Don't
You're
go,
mad, ain't
Raheem.
it?
hey, he done had that one teardrop fall, did he?
He sure did.
Me, my Raheem never part, my key. I'm kidding. Hey, look it had to happen, man. I'm just surprised that Arthur did it. For obviously reasons I'm not going to get into on here. I thought that he would give him at least a third year, but the proof is in the pudding. Raheem's decision making has cost us 2 seasons. We really should have been in the playoffs, both of them, and you can't just look over that. So I understand why it was done. I appreciate it. I applaud it. It's going to make this offseason even more interesting, but I'm just surprised that he did it. I mean, two hours after the victory, and he is, it's almost like they're after the game, and he's like, all right, I'll see you Monday. Raheem, do me a favor. Come close the door, will you please?
Hey,
Let's
before
have
you leave,
this
go
have a
ahead and
seat.
bring- Yeah, here's that box. Here's your box right here. You put
Have a
everything in this
seat.
box.
And you know what's funny? You see him after the game hugging Josh and hugging Arthur. Like, I just envision, I don't know, what was it, Goodfellas? Where they bring Joe Pesci out and he thinks he's getting made, right? And they
Yeah.
take him out to this cornfield and he's like, yeah, you're getting made. And oh man, that's
not the
you know what I mean?
cornfield.
Yeah.
You mixing movies. That's
Yeah,
casino.
they got him right there
You
in that basement.
Yeah, they got him in the
Yeah.
basement. You mix
Oh,
Yeah, you mixed
what
it
else?
up.
So that was the other movie. What other movie was
The
that?
That was
cornfield.
Casino.
The
That
cornfield
was
is
Casino.
Godfather.
Casino, you're right.
No, that was
Yeah.
Casino.
He
That's
will.
Casino.
Shame on you.
Yeah, they took Terry Fontenot out there too.
He will.
Yeah, they did.
Hey, you do
Yeah,
a
they
movie review show and you mix both of them. Shame on you.
I'm old, man.
That is
I'm old. You're right. I should know better.
Wow.
I'm sorry. You're
So,
right.
fellas, it seems like I'm the only one who is, I wouldn't say against the firing because I am not. Raheem definitely should have been fired. I just think for the health of the franchise, it's a bad move. But again, I get why he was fired. He deserved to be fired. But I just hate it. I think you cannot continue to 4 coaches in 6 years is nasty work, and that is not a recipe for, like, all of us have been in jobs. When we go from one job to another, your 2 questions generally are, how much is the pay, and is this a stable job? And I just can't see any coach worth his weight in the NFL being like, okay, I'm gonna go with the Falcons, even though they only gonna give me 2 years to turn it around. But again,
He brought that on himself.
you're right. That's exactly what I was about to say. He brought that on
did not mean
himself.
to cut you off.
Yeah.
But his performance, and look, we don't have to do the history lesson, but for the purposes of this, because Coach, you're not the only one that's going to feel that way. But in all fairness, right? And in all fairness, there's the Kirk Cousins debacle last year. There's the timeout debacle last year. There's the coup debacle last year. And you didn't learn your lesson because you tell us that there is an off-season competition, and then we get into the season and we find out that the person that you brought in to compete with Coup, who's no longer in the league, by the way, was not even ready to compete. So it's a lie, right? That's how we start the season. Then all of a sudden now it's, wait, Mooney has a subtle injury, and we find out 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever weeks later, no, it's a broken collarbone. Your decision making for me. You don't call the timeout last year in Washington. You double down on that. You go on 92-9 the game and basically tell the guy he's caught up in the past. You can't do stuff like that. Look, if Raheem had the team that Arthur Smith had, I'd say give him a third year. But you had too much talent. You were given the keys. You were given everything that you needed, and you failed based on your management of the team. In my humble opinion, you had no choice but to fire him. You had no choice.
And I agree with you, man. And like you said, he has done it to himself. The hiring, clearly he has bad decision making because one coordinator was fired, another wide receiver coach was fired. You should have fired your offensive coordinator. Your special teams coach should never even walk in the NFL building again. I agree. I agree with everything you said. For me, like I was telling Unc earlier, for me, I knew he wasn't the guy last year when he told us he got out coached. Any coach that says that, you should just go ahead and pack up your office right then and there and never touch the field again. So I'm with you. I'm just saying, for the health of this organization, moving, we cannot continue to hire coaches every 2 years. You're not going. All we're going to get is first timers who just want a shot at coaching. You're not going to get anybody of substance. Again, I understand why he was fired. He needed to be fired, but I just hate this for my organization because here we go, year 6, and we're now about to have a fourth coach.
So that means
that's just trash.
So that means we just need to make the right decision.
There you go.
With the guy that we picked this time, because I will be honest with you, I ain't gonna sit here and have a loser prove to me that he's gonna lose for 2 more years to show the next guy that will keep you for 4 years, so he can lose for 4 years. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like
it's just
it's a cycle. So we just need to make sure that we pick the right guy this time, because I just watched the Baltimore Ravens and Pittsburgh Steelers. Those 2 head coaches played their 40th game against each other. One's been there for 18 years, the other one's been there for 17 years. You can pick the right guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I want to ask the panel a real quick question. If y'all had to rate the Falcons quarterback room on a scale of 1 to 10, what score would you give them?
C.
1 to 10.
Currently,
I don't know what I'm thinking. My bad. 6.5.
He said, number C. That's it. Number C.
It's late. I'm tired. I'm sorry.
All right. So low say 6.5. Anybody else want to chime in?
They're failing all the way. I mean, on paper, it looks good on paper, but when it came time to perform, you didn't get what your money paid for. You got the most talented team. I'm gonna say it, we got the most talented team in the NFL. Period, bar none.
Heck off.
And you failed as a quarterback. We could have went out and got Ryan Tannehill, and Ryan Tannehill would have been able to resurge his career with this team. You got arguably got the best running back in the league.
Yep.
You got one of the greatest. I ain't gonna say one of the greatest. He is a great receiver in Drake London. Supposedly, Kyle Pitts is a viable weapon, mismatch nightmare for any cornerback, linebacker. And at the time, you had a decent number 2, a decent number 3 that you could get the ball to on 3rd down.
So, Cowboy.
Uh-huh.
Listening to what you just described, I'm gonna tell you what you just described to me, and you can tell me whether or not you agree or disagree.
Mm-hmm.
You just described to me a tight ass paint job, dark tinted rims, some $15,000 rims, tent, and a bad engine.
Yeah,
a very bad engine. That's what you just described to me.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Let me say it real quick, Cowboy. My point in saying that is, like, when I hear like our fan base talk about how talented our team is, no matter how that car on the outside look, if that engine is bad, you really don't have anything.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I feel like as fans, sometimes our bias get in the way with our talent. Now, am I saying we don't have talent? Yeah, we got a lot of skill position guys that are very Bijan, Drake is talented, Kyle Pitts has reemerged, but that engine is very problematic. And I think we all have agreed to that. And I've read the people's in the comments also. They're saying 5-5-4-3.
Yeah.
In the NFL, it starts and stops with that quarterback position. If you cannot solidify that quarterback position, you're going to have a very tough time. Now, when you have every now and then, when you have an exception to the rule, yeah. But the vast majority of that quarterback ain't. Good luck.
Can I answer that one?
Here's the thing.
I want to answer that. Let me answer that.
I want to answer it too.
I don't think you can rate these quarterbacks how trash our offensive coordinator was.
Yep, exactly.
I can't go for it.
You got a bad mechanic. You got a bad mechanic that doesn't know how to service the engine.
No,
hey, look,
I'm telling y'all are being overbiased. Falcons fans, y'all like when you watch quarterback play, bro. You can look out there and tell today, Kurt washed. He washed. It ain't Kyle Shanahan would have a tough time with Kirk Cousins. When you watch Michael Penix, you could tell the development in there. The confidence definitely was not there for Michael Penix. He was scared to run.
Right.
So
let me
don't get me wrong. Some coaches are definitely better than others, but like if the core talent isn't there, you gonna struggle, man.
I got a rebuttal right now. Look at Caleb Williams, how sorry and how he sucked.
Man,
call him a bust.
That was my point.
He never sucked.
They were saying that this dude, all they were doing was comparing him to Jaden Williams. It was like the Bears can't get it right. They picked this player over this player. They picked Caleb Williams over Jaden Daniels. These are the things that were said, and they were talking about maybe them looking at another quarterback until Ben Johnson came there. Just I had a Bears.
I'm gonna take. Hold on, Larry. Hold on 1 second, Larry. I'm gonna take the Uncle Steve privilege of stopping you.
Okay.
Caleb Williams last year, 3,541 yards, 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He got sacked 68 times, which probably attributed to a lot of those balls not being. He's probably shook, but you can't. It's going to be hard for me to say that Caleb Williams went from just nothing to what he has this year. That now has Ben Johnson helped? Probably. Almost kind of like another year of Drake May help. Drake May had horrible numbers last year, and he started 12 games. But after getting his feet wet for 12 games, I think you saw the fruits of his labor come out this year. I just don't think it's as cut and dry as just Ben Johnson came and all of a sudden he shined him up and now he's a shiny piece. Right now,
I'm glad you brought up Drake May.
How about
I'm glad you brought up Drake May because he got Josh McDaniels.
How about Jalen Hurts? Right?
He got the exact same thing.
Win the Super Bowl last year. This year, you're having a terrible season, and you've got a different offensive coordinator. You know, at the end of the day, some guys know how to scheme for their players, and some guys are not good at it.
Which y'all agree that Matt Ryan was a pretty consistent quarterback the majority of his career.
Yes, but he flourished.
Okay. Hold on. Let me finish the thought.
All right.
Would you agree that he was a consistent quarterback?
Yes.
How many OCs did Matt Ryan have in his 14-year career?
How many MVP seasons did he have?
No, that's no answer a question with a question. Answer the question.
I think he had 6.
He had
Yeah,
5.
and at least 6. So my
I think it was 6.
my point is, if you are a good quarterback, you're a good quarterback.
That's all
No
I'm.
matter
That's all I'm
what.
saying, Steve.
That's the
But-
point.
Oh,
But Matt Ryan's a Hall of Fame
But-
quarterback.
And
But
T. Will.
Matt Ryan is a
there
Hall of
are
Fame
certain
quarterback.
coaches that will get more.
I agree.
Matt Ryan never had another season
Yes,
like
he did.
he did
Yes, he
under
did.
Yes,
Kyle
he did.
Yes, he
Actually,
did.
2018,
did.
The one,
2018
2018.
statistically,
But
he
outside of
had more.
that,
Well, you
outside
said
of
no. You said no. Don't speak in absolute.
No.
all right, okay.
But-
the
Matt
point
Ryan is a Hall of Fame quarterback.
he is. I'm not attacking him. I'm simply saying there are we are saying the
That's a
same
debate
thing,
for
Larry.
another day.
There's certain coaches that get more out of players. And I think what Larry was trying to say is if we had a better coordinator, we probably would have better results from. Now, I'm not saying these quarterbacks are Hall of Famers. I'm not saying either one of them are, but it is difficult to rate them when your offensive coordinator is, for lack of a better word, hot garbage.
This is
So-
the same
T. Will.
offensive
Can I
coordinator
answer,
that
can I
everybody's
answer this
been.
next
Let
one?
me rebut the T. Will real quick.
Go ahead,
And I'll pass it right back to you because you mentioned Jalen Hurts, and I swear, like I think sometimes we let the media lead us in certain directions.
Right.
In 2024, and I know stats don't tell the whole story, but they do tell a story. In 2024, Jalen Hurts had 18 touchdown passes. In 2025, this year he had 25 touchdown passes. Last year he had 5 interceptions. This year he had 6 interceptions, and I think he threw like 3 in one game. He is still a 99 rated quarterback. If you'd have had a 99 rated quarterback in Atlanta, you're probably winning 11, 12 games. So I don't really see a regression in Jalen Hurts' game at all. Like, to me, Jalen Hurts is just a ball player.
Okay, so
They're not winning though. They're not winning at the clip that they were, and they probably won't win the Super Bowl.
You may be right, T. Will, but I don't.
Missing
What's their record right now?
11-5, 11
is
and
it?
6, I think.
11 and
6
6.
for 12-5, something like that.
Is that bad?
It's not bad, but what I'm saying is there is a drop off, is what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, but that's the NFL though, bro. Like,
I get it.
You're not gonna win 13, 14 games a year in the
You
NFL.
will. You
at it this
should
way.
use a
Look at
Drake May. You should use a Drake May situation, just like Steve brought up Drake May, and I'm glad he did because who is his offensive coordinator? Did this guy back? You know,
Yeah,
So-
Daniel.
exactly. He. I don't think he was there last year. He came
No.
with the new head coach.
With Verb.
So I don't think it was he got it. Yes, it can be he got his feet wet, but McDaniels is thought of as a very good offensive coordinator, and he looks better now. You know what I'm saying? What he did, both of those examples, and I'm glad he said that because I was going to bring up Drake May also, who's an MVP candidate, but there's somewhere in between because I do agree with you guys. Sometimes you just see when they're a dude. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to guess if they're a dude. You know what I'm saying? I understand that premise, guys. What I'm saying is I'm a proponent of a horrible coach can ruin talent, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
That is
Everybody might know. Now, I know tighter is more of the players decided on the field. You know what I'm saying? I understand that logic, but I promise you, man, it just seemed like to me, like Caleb Williams and the way they talked about him, they were talking about Jane Daniels. Like, Jane Daniels, how could the Bears screw this up? You know what I'm saying? And then Drake May, too. It's just like they didn't pick Drake May or coming to the season, they didn't pick Drake May or Jane Daniels. So it's just like that's what it was. It wasn't saying like you look at his numbers, say, well, you know, if his offensive line, I get that his offensive line was trash. Our center is over there. And you see the difference between our team up the middle and then their team. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a dynamic running back like us, you know? But again, I understand what you guys are saying. I just feel like a competent coach could do wonders. Now, I'm not saying that Michael Penix is this, that, and the third, you know what I'm saying? But again, I don't think the new coach is going to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? He to me, it's just like Troy Anderson now. Like if I'm a new GM or coach, who am I going to go on that? But I know Steve. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead. I did.
You good?
When you ask another question, I do want to bring up what Mark said because I pulled up some. But go ahead.
Small caveat. Chicago and New England, in addition to have second-year quarterbacks and both of them changing offense coordinators.
Yes.
I guess Ben runs the job for them. Both of them also had the largest amount of cap money this year. New England basically rebuilt their team through free agency. They had the $140-something million of cap space, and they put it to good use this year. Chicago this was the second year that they filled in all those spaces too. So while yes, you're absolutely right about the coaching can absolutely help a young quarterback, but I also say both of those teams, there is a little bit of an asterisk that they got a chance to also improve their team off the free agent record. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is what I want to say, and me and Toddy go through this all the damn time. So this is why I say, and I agree with Larry and T. Will. It's hard to grade your quarterbacks when your offensive coordinator is completely incompetent because look at it this way: you bring in Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins was the number one quarterback in play action. You bring him to this team and you don't run no play action. Like you don't play to your players' strengths. So I don't care if you have you bring Tom Brady in here and try and make him Michael Vick. It ain't gonna work. It don't matter how great the player is. If your scheming is completely incompatible to that player's strengths and weaknesses, you're going to have an issue. I agree. Yes, players make plays, but again, coaching, especially your scheme, if that is off, it don't matter who you have back there. Everything else is going to be off because you're not playing to your player's strength. That right there, in and of itself, should be enough to nullify what any grade you give him. Because how do you have the number one play action quarterback that don't run play action? Like that just makes no sense.
Because he was hurt.
Hey, I'm not.
Okay.
Let me jump in here, y'all, because I got to pay the bills real quick.
Yes,
got a super chat coming in here from Antonio Sams, 2185. Appreciate the $5 super chat on here. He says, "What about the quarterback for the Colts that came from New York? The OC matters."
Josh Daniels.
In the league.
Josh Daniels.
Talking about Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. Yeah. Another quarterback.
Good point.
Hey,
I appreciate that. Y'all got to hold tight because Uncle Steve has his super chat that he's gonna do. I don't care how much y'all talk.
Everybody cover your ears. Everybody cover your ears. Hold on.
You with Uncle Steve? That's my aunt. What's the rush?
What's going on here?
You with Uncle Steve?
Stop hating, Lo. Get that hate out your heart, Lo.
Yeah, you got to get that hate out of your heart.
So I appreciate.
That's good.
I appreciate the $5 super chat over here. Now, fellas, y'all go ahead and go right at it.
But look, I'm going to listen to everybody, man, and it seems like the point I just made is valid. I understand the sentiment that you said about having the paint job and everything looks good on the outside, but my point was made. Whether the OC is the engine or the quarterback is the engine, our quarterbacks failed this year. Period.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, the record shows that. But I'm going to say this about the Michael Penix slander because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a huge team over the player type thing, but I look at the Michael Penix situation as kind of a no-lose situation for right now because he's on a rookie contract, and even as a number one pick, it's not like he's costing you $20 million a year for these first couple of years. You have the luxury of waiting on him. If Michael Penix doesn't throw a throw next year, you're still paying him less than the average starting quarterback in the NFL
That's
going
true.
into
Very true.
next year and the year after. So I get it that we want, instant gratification with, Michael Penix immediately, because you see Drake, you see Caleb, you see Bo Nix, you see everybody that was drafted with him, and I get it. But I also say, yes, the brother is injury prone. I'm not saying that may have been something they wanted to look at before they drafted him, but I do feel like at 26 years old, you still should give him an opportunity. Get your bridge quarterback, because you got to get one. You're gonna have to get somebody.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I wouldn't 100% give up on Penix yet. You never know.
No.
You
And
never know.
It could be very well worse. We could have AR though. We could have Anthony Richardson.
Absolutely. You never know.
It could be worse.
Look, I remember Tidy telling me, how great Desmond Ritter was going to be. And look, you see how that turned out. So that's what I'm trying to say. Y'all gotta
or we can have any quarterback from Georgia.
Like Matthew Stafford?
No, like
I forgot about Stafford. I mean, I was really talking about Bennett. I've been hearing his name a lot. Please no.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna go rapid fire from y'all guys, because as y'all know, it's past my bedtime in a couple of minutes. So, but I definitely want to make sure that I go through it. We started it early, and I know Larry got a chance to answer, but we didn't finish up. But I wanted to ask a couple of questions just to get y'all on here. First, appreciate everyone on here, as people are alluding to in the chat. To have this combination minus the Moonshine Man over there in Big Low. But aside of him, this is such a grand setup that we have over here.
Oh, man.
But I want to run through real quick. We're going to go first with general manager. General manager, I know we're trying not to go real deep into it, but right off the top of your head, who are you thinking first name comes to mind to say that would be a good piece? I'm going to start all over because, Larry, I know you started it, but I want everybody to know what you said earlier, and then I'll go one by one. But, Larry, general manager, Atlanta Falcons, you're the man to make the decision. Who we got?
All right. Whoever makes the decision, I would get Louis Riddick.
Agreed.
Personally,
Coach, who you got?
I mean, if they let him go, I can't think of his name, but the guy from is it Detroit? I think it's Detroit. I may have to come back to you because I can't think of his name right now. But I think he's the general manager for Detroit.
Okay. Spielman is what is Spielman's role?
He's a consultant. He's a consultant with them.
Okay. All right, he's a consultant. Talk to me, Pandemic, what we got?
I'm thinking right off the bat, Ian Cunningham. He's the assistant general manager for the Chicago Bears. He's been waiting on the opportunity. He's coming from a very good pedigree. From what he's operating on one of the smartest GMs in the league right now, Ryan Poole, who's also, by the way, an ex-NFL player. So I think Ian I think he's smart, and he reminds me of what Terry Fontenot does, and he operates very well when it comes to scouting. So I like him.
Terry, who you got, T-Will?
I'm gonna agree. I'm gonna say Louis Riddick. I really like him. I like, he's very detailed. Been through it. Been through a lot of interviews. Been in a lot of organizations. I think he'd be good for the Falcons.
Got it. Who you got, Marcus?
Man, both of them took mine. Man, I'm going Riddick too, based upon the fact that he hasn't gotten that chance. His personality reminds me of Mark Jackson from the NBA. It just seems for whatever reason, these teams he's interviewed with teams, but he's never been the guy. And I feel like, that's what Mark Jackson ran into after he got fired from Golden State. Teams took a look at him, But I'm like, y'all forget that he put that team together.
Correct.
You know, Steve Kerr was the beneficiary of what was already there. And I feel like listening to Louis Riddick talk, he's not a yes man.
Right.
And I think we've had way too many guys come in here that were yes men. Riddick looks like he would be the type. He's the type of guy, that personality. See, because I'm done with the slogans. I'm done with the clean guys. We need somebody that can get in there and demand quality product.
Come on, Mark. Come on, Mark. You ain't trying to find a way. You ain't trying to find a way, Mark. You ain't trying to.
Man, nah. We found a way to get Raheem up out of here today. I'm good with that. But I just feel like the next GM that you bring in here, they have to have a strong personality. You know, where Terry lost me, honestly, we having that presser. I'm pushing Arthur Blank as I'm gonna be sitting right next to you because I'm part of this team too. Now, Rich McKay can sit at the table, but I'm going to be there. And I feel like Terry didn't have that because he was a first-time guy. We have to bring guys in here that got strong personalities. And to me, just right off the top, Louis Riddick it's time, man. It's time. In my opinion, whether we get him or somebody else gets him, I think he would make a decent GM.
I think not only Louis Riddick would make one, I don't think Louis Riddick is going to be somebody that's going to have Rich McKay over his head to say that. So from that standpoint, just like you said, it's got to be somebody strong-minded and with his own, idea of how it's going to work, not how it worked when your daddy was doing it back in Tampa, but how it works now.
His name was Agnew. The guy I was thinking about, his name is Agnew, Detroit Lions assistant GM.
Okay, got you. Talk to me, Lo.
The young man named Ed Dodds in Indianapolis. I think he would be a guy that I would seriously consider. I think Indianapolis is building that team the right way. Even though they went ahead and got Daniel Jones, the whole Richardson pick, that was definitely kind of fishy. But I definitely like the idea of Louis Riddick. And the main reason why I like the idea of Louis Riddick is because he's given his opinion on, what the Falcons should do multiple times. And every time he gave his opinion, he gave it before the Falcons made their decision, and it was the opposite of what the Falcons did. And it's obvious that didn't work, right? So that Louis Riddick pick is that's very interesting to me as well. Even though I don't know like what type of experience he has or what type of education he has, I definitely think that would be a good.
So you're saying if he doesn't have a Harvard degree, you wouldn't hire him?
I ain't saying
that. You're saying you're bougie. You're too bougie to hire.
I ain't saying that. I know Matt Ryan has like a communications degree.
That's why you can't even can't even bring brothers get a little seat up in Georgia Dome. I mean, in Mercedes and Move down for the 300 section down to 100 section. Now they want education. Now they want education.
Uncle Steve, your boozy is showing. Chill out. Your boozy is showing. We look. We know you boozy.
Oh man.
Who you got?
Pretty much what Pandemic just said, man. Pretty much for all the same reasons. Ian Cunningham, saw the name mentioned, did the research on him. He's pretty much an understudy of Ryan Poles, two-time Super Bowl champion as an executive, and he's known around NFL circles as one of the brightest minds. And it seems to be that's the infusion of a lot of the NFL teams. They're going away from guys in their 70s like you, Steve, and they want these young.
Wait,
Wait, that's what I said.
That's unnecessary roughness, man.
Hey, man.
You gonna do that to this man on his own show? 15-yard penalty, sir.
I was just talking about cut
Unnecessary
in.
roughness. I didn't know you were an ageist, Tidy. That's crazy. He's an ageist.
That's why
Oh, my bad.
My
eh?
God.
Right, every time I go on a trip in Middle Georgia, I get out of the car and use the restroom right on top of I don't even go to the restroom. I don't go to bathroom. I just go out and pee.
You
Right
pull
there,
them on the side of the road.
I just pull right there. It ain't. I
I
don't even use the milk jug like they used to do.
I'm gonna call your pastor on you, Steve. I'm gonna call your pastor tomorrow.
Listen at the laughs in here, all because the fire of the one man got all of us happy as clams,
Hey,
man.
man. Yo.
Hey man, we went through torture this year, man. Hey, I'm happy. We listen, this has been a frustrating year. And we've been through some bad years, man. This one right here, bruh, like I said earlier, there were times where I would do a live, I'd stop, and I'd just sit there and talk to the wall, man. Some of these games, it's especially in that 5-game losing streak where we just found new ways to lose.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how did that even happen?
Yeah.
You know, it was just so many what the hells during this year. And it's not like we had a bad team. If we'd have had a bad team, I'd have took this on the chin. I'd have took it on the chin. But I'm watching a guy in Bijan put up 197 scrimmage yards and we lose that game.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a defense that's got 6-7 sacks. We lose that game.
Yeah.
You know, then between the kickers, we get off a coup out here kicking grass. I ain't never seen that before.
Did it, man, like a golf
Fam,
shot.
I am 44 years old. I have seen kickers miss the ball entirely. I have never seen somebody kick grass before they hit the ball.
The
earth, bro.
Testing
That
the
is
turf,
crazy.
Marcus.
And the only thing,
Testing the turf. He was
Dude.
trying to check the consistency.
That's what it was.
Listen.
Oh, that's what it was.
Okay.
He was doing, man.
Okay.
it was in
y'all.
that time. I was glad that Koo was no longer on our team. Because had that happened in a Falcons jersey,
Oh,
come on, man.
Oh, yeah. That would have just added to everything else that's going on this season.
Y'all,
That
To
would have been a
hey,
meme. That would have
That
been a
kick
meme.
needs to be studied too. How the hell you hit the grass, bro? Like,
Speaking of
but
something we ain't never seen before.
yeah, like it's been frustrating. So I believe that, you know, when Raheem gets fired, and not saying all this is Raheem's fault,
Yeah.
but buddy, you got to jump under the blade for this, because you can't have a guy like your special teams coordinator survive the season and he was absolute ass. But you fired your wide receivers coach early in the season when Darnell Mooney wasn't playing and Drake London was dealing with a shoulder injury. He had a legitimate reason. Y'all had healthy scratches on special teams. So
There was a Pro Bowler on special teams.
Yeah,
Dale
so
Hodge was a Pro Bowler on special teams. And he was healthy scratches.
And I mean, every content creator, I'm pretty sure at one time we've watched these games that we lost, and there was a couple of minutes that we had to take to ourselves, like, how did that happen? Now you got to get on and explain how it happened.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where there's something new on the horizon. We don't know what it's going to be. We don't know who our next GM is going to be. We don't know who our next head coach is going to be.
Yeah.
But there's positivity in it because these last 2 years, dumpster fire. And there's no excuse when you have the players and you finally got a defense. You got a damn defense.
Yeah.
Went 8-9. And Steve, the most frustrating part about this is we lost 5 games in a row. Had you won one of those games, you'd be in the playoffs.
One
of them.
That's
Also-
the frustrating part.
And Marcus, you said that, and I pulled up 3 games. I just pulled up 3 games that I felt like we lost because of coaching. In a New England game, Michael Penix QBR was 90. Drake May 48. We lost that game. He threw for 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Drake May threw for 2 touchdowns and an interception. That was a game we forgot about Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
Okay. That was horrendous. Should get you fired. Tampa Bay, the first game of the season, Baker Mayfield, 167 yards. 167 yards.
Yeah.
Your rookie in his first, I guess, second game, 98 yards. 1 touchdown, no interception. Again, Bijan and Tyler Algier, the first game of the season. 10 carries, 12 carries, 24 yards each. We forgot about them. This is a coaching problem.
Yeah.
But again, then we'll go to the Jets. That we had guys there, and Kirk Cousins threw for 224 yards, 1 interception. 1 touchdown, no interceptions. Tyrod Taylor, the great Tyrod Taylor, 172 yards. Bijan Robinson, 142 yards rushing, and we lost that game. You can't tell me. Yeah, guys, it's just that points to games that we outplayed them offensively. Kind of, sort of. And we just lost it either by the second half and just forgot how to play, or forgot how to play call, or forgot. I don't know, man. But it's just those are games that we played better.
My last question for the night, Larry. So I'm
sorry.
About the GM. So you're gonna lead me into my last question because I was trying to get out of here before 1 o'clock. So look, we already talked about the general manager. So right now, as it speaks, and you can go as hypothetical as you want to, because right now we don't know who's fired, who's hired. We just watched the Pittsburgh game where Pittsburgh won. We thought Tomlin might be on the move, but obviously he has another game. Harbaugh, rumors about him, all of that. So throw out whoever you want to throw out. Starting with you, Coach. Right now, top name on your list that you would say, bring him in here now. This team turns into a playoff team.
Mike Tomlin. Not only playoff team, we go into the Super Bowl.
Okay. Larry?
LaFleur. He should have been our coach from the jump. Arthur Blank thought he was too young to make offensive coordinator. If he would have been a coordinator, Dan Quinn get fired, he would have been our coach right now. And maybe this timeline would have been better than the Raheem and Arthur Smith timeline.
Yeah.
Talk to me, Fandemic.
Yeah, I'm going with Brian Flores. I like the discipline that he brings. I like the accountability he brings. I'm an ex-military guy, so I ride with accountability. I supervise with that, so I got to go with Brian Flores.
And I'm not picking on you because you said Brian Flores, but I hear that name all the time. Give me a good differentiating stat between Brian Flores and Raheem Morris as far as their careers are concerned.
Same thing.
It's probably
literally.
It's the same thing.
It's the same exact situation.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
And that's what's scary. I don't think that's, to me. So I apologize. I'm not gonna poo-poo it.
No.
You say Flores, that's cool.
Yeah.
When I hear Flores, you're doing Raheem all over again.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Talk to me, T. Will.
I'm gonna say Clint Kubiak because you need a quarterback whisperer. You need somebody that, who's Seattle's quarterback?
Sam Darnold.
Yeah, is from humble beginnings from a quarterback perspective. So if he can do that with Darnold, what can he do with what we have, guys? So yeah, I mean, look, everybody that they've mentioned is a good hire, but for me, you need someone that can maximize this offense. So I'm gonna go Clint Kubiak.
So again, and I should have done it with Larry and Coach. So I'm just trying to give a devil's advocate for all of that too. So you're gonna go with another first-time coach, and then two, your point you made about Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold did the same thing in Minnesota last year, so it can't be all Clint Kubiak. Matter of fact, dare I say, Darnold has had a worse year with Seattle because they've won in spite of him because he's been turning the ball over at a turnover rate. No. I'm not.
Y'all hear this?
No.
Dare I say?
No.
Dare I say? Yeah, right. Am I wrong? Is it just me? Right.
But you sound like a professor in college. Well, you failed at exam.
Yeah, exactly.
Dare I say you did not study, sir?
It sound like he was gonna adjust his glasses. Dare I say? Like he was gonna look down from the bridge. Dare
Marcus,
I say?
did you calm these heathens down and give me your pick for Coach Lee?
I'm scared.
Be careful, Marcus.
I'm telling you.
Now I feel bad I didn't get a devil advocate.
Me too, Larry. I want a devil's advocate. Where our devil's advocate at?
Don't worry about it. I'm sure you.
Oh man, who you got, Marcus?
Right now, man, honestly, I ain't making no moves until I see what's going on with Mike Tomlin. Because even though they're in the playoffs, they've been known for one and dones. And that's been a couple of years now. So if they're one and done again, he might be on the market. I'm putting all my eggs in that basket. However, if they don't fire him, I'm not looking for a first time head coach at this point. We've been doing that for 20 years now.
20 years.
It ain't netted us nothing. Really, we've had a Super Bowl to show for it, a couple of 12-3 seasons. That's it. So I would probably, this next guy I'm gonna bring up, there are certain things attached to it. I would look at Mike McCarthy under one situation, that Jeff Ulbrich stays. That's the only way that I would actually look at Mike McCarthy, because Mike McCarthy is a pretty decent offensive coordinator. He's good at that, right? If we look at those years that Aaron Rodgers was an MVP down there, who we have down there? You know, so I would look at that, but man, there'd have to be a guarantee that Ulbricht's there. I'm not looking at any first timers. I'm sorry. I don't care how hot they are. We've been doing that over and over and over again. Yeah. It has got us nowhere. So either I'm putting all my eggs in one basket with Tomlin if he becomes available. If he becomes available, Atlanta better not let him leave without paperwork. Now, Harbaugh is another name, but if I got to choose, I'm gonna choose Tomlin. But those are my picks.
Okay. That's fair enough. I for the record, so anybody think I'm being partial, McCarthy is actually my second pick. I'm kind of the same way. I was hoping Pittsburgh was going to lose today.
Me too.
So we can kind of try to see what I know he hasn't won out of the first round in a long time, but you can't coach 19 winning season. You can't. When I say can't coach it, you can't teach that. Steve,
here's another thing. He did this in a lot of years with mediocre quarterbacks.
Very. That's right. That's
so
right. He went through
that's another thing.
With Mason Rudolph. If y'all remember.
Did it with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, both.
Yeah.
That's right.
Russ is gone now. He's done. And Justin Fields is probably on his way to being the third string quarterback on somebody else's team. He's going the way of Desmond Ritter. Next time we see Justin Fields, he might be in a locker room crying.
Damn.
Exactly.
Ouch. Woo.
Yeah.
Oh, Tidy, who you got, brother?
I think everybody has some great choices. I really don't be too opinionated about the head coach for whatever reason. I just hope they be successful, whoever they hire. But to play nice, I'm gonna go with Harbaugh. Long tenure, experience, which is important to a lot of us now. Winning regular season over his career. I think he's won about 62% of his games. Winning record in the postseason. And he undefeated in the Super Bowl. So I'll go with Harbaugh, man. He helped develop Lamar. So, maybe he can come work some of that magic with Mr. ACLs.
I also say he took a couple of seasons where he had some, he had to have Tyler Huntley in there at the end, kind of mop up duty for Lamar when he got hurt, and still made the playoffs in a couple of those years too. So to be able to keep the team together, he's definitely somebody. I'd say out of the two brothers, quite honestly, I think I would take Jim over John if I had a chance. I know he's doing a good job in San Diego. It was something about what Jim was doing out there in Frisco with Colin Kaepernick. And when he came out, that nobody was expecting that. And I thought that was pretty good. But yeah, John is a good choice too. And who you got, Lo? I'll wrap up with you, brother.
I mean, it's well documented who I want. I've been saying who I want ever since October. Give me the Irishman. I want Mike McCarthy all day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you look at what he did in Green Bay, he let's be honest, he helped Aaron Rodgers get to that next level. You seen what he did in Dallas. He helped Dak Prescott get to that next level. I think he had we got like 18 years as a head coach, and
yeah,
I think 13 double-digit win seasons and like a couple of 8-win seasons where he just went 500. That's the kind of consistency I want. And hardware. Yes, and the hardware. And on top of that, I'll be completely honest with you guys. I'm tired of being Raheem. I'm tired of trying to find my way back. I'm tired of find my way back. I'm tired of trying to go get guys who coached here before, and oh yeah, this guy, he was here on the Shanahan, and this. I want something completely different. What did Chris Brown and Usher say? I want a new flame. I want something new. I don't want to go back.
Did y'all notice how Lo is trying to incorporate some young songs so he can make y'all feel like he's going on to today's musical scene and everything? Lo know he be sitting when Lo be hanging out with me. We be listening to Al Green and Stevie Wonder like everybody else. So he trying to act like you all. Me and Young Jock were. I was chilling. Me and Lotto were.
Lotto.
Oh wow.
Oh man,
not Lotto.
I tell Uncle Steve, we listen to Guy, and that's pretty much it. That's
Glorilla, huh?
Not Glorilla.
Oh wow,
fellas, as y'all know, and from the chat, and few folks even said it in there. But listen, I appreciate. I know these moments that happen in Atlanta Falcons histories. I hate that they happen because our team is losing, but in a small secret way, I actually love that it happens because it gets these minds that I respect totally. You guys are on here because I respect all of you and your sports acumen and what you bring to the Atlanta Falcons content creator space. And 2026, as we see, is going to be off to a roaring start. So I can't wait to see you all come out with your content in the next few months, and I'm sure we'll circle back around come draft time. Tidy and Lo, I know we'll do our things, and guys, just a pleasure to be with everybody. If y'all don't mind, man, just real quick, starting with Coach, I'm gonna start with you up top and just let everybody know where you are regularly so people can know where to find you guys.
All right, as always, man, thank you for having me, and to all the fellas on the panel, man. Glad to see you all, and I'm definitely looking forward to all of your content because I know these next 2 to 3 months is going to be off the chain. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing all you guys, and hope that I can collab with all of you at some point. But yeah, man, you can catch me at the Coach's Corner. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, with me and the lovely Mrs. Deb and our new co-host Armani. So yeah, come catch us out. Come catch us every Wednesday at 8. I hope to see you there.
Make sure you tell Armani to roll Tide, okay? Make sure you give him that message.
I can't do that. I'll tell him hook him. I'll definitely tell him hook him. But yeah. As long as he ain't a puppy dog, I'm cool.
Oh no, don't do that. When last time y'all beat Georgia?
The hate.
Anyway, go next on to the next person.
Get that hate up out your heart, Coach. Get that hate up out your heart.
Right, T. Will?
That hate up out your heart.
My buddy, aka Shin Blanca, and I been going way back on the Facebook days, talking back and forth about these sports. He has grown to bigger and better things, and I love to see him blossoming. Him and his wife do the Dixon Way best live reaction video that you're gonna have in the Atlanta content creator space. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you for coming on tonight. Let the folks know where you are and what you're
doing. As always, man, thank you for having me on the platform. Everybody in here, man, make sure you hit the like button for this great content, man. For real. It's the lifeblood of all our streaming. Help us grow and get in the algorithm. Because everybody have their it ain't easy getting out here talking in front of people and letting people know your opinion, and then getting all these people, you don't know nothing. Nah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You're not a real fan. Whatever, man. Anyway, we appreciate y'all. Everybody's opinion is appreciated. But just don't troll. That's all. Yeah, you can find us on Dixon Way. Me and my beautiful wife have a platform. We do live commentary. It's right there in the name, Larry at the Dixon Way. Just excuse the Larry part. Just put at _ Dixon _way. We're on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Rumble, and X. If you guys want to listen to, some biased Atlanta commentary, then come on over with us. Turn on your TV, turn on your TV, turn up your computer, man. Turn up the Dixon Way. And we're just trying to grow it one fan, grow it as a fan experience, just like we all at the stadium anyway. We chilling at the house, so might as well just go ahead and congregate and watch the game together. Yeah.
And condolences to you and your family, brother. Sending all you and your loved ones healing energy, my brother.
Thank you. Sir. Yeah, it was a horrible year for me this past year. Losing my father and my aunt was basically my second mom who helped raise. So yeah, it's rough. We're gonna make it through it. They didn't build nobody to be weak, so
it's one of them things, man. 2025, I've had my moments as well. So we all know that sometimes things happen. We here for 26. Appreciate.
Thank you guys.
I know my mom would not, but my mom, who was a big fan and used to sit here and watch and dog out Tidy and dog out
Devontae.
But she did. She
my client.
She used to dog him out. God bless her, man. So she up there watching now. I know she happy. My brother Pandemic, talk to me, brother. Tell them where you're at and tell them what where your YouTube is, man.
Hey, first and foremost, man, I'm a father. About to be a grandfather here in a couple of days.
Hey,
so,
congratulations.
Congratulations.
appreciate it. So, I'm gonna continue praying for everybody and their strength and for whatever you're going through. And that includes everybody in the chat. But guys, look, this is not the end of the Falcons season, right? The season is over, but we got a lot of great content coming out. The guys you see on the screen, man, I'm telling you, you follow these channels, you will stay informed. You will stay informed. Hit those subscribe buttons, guys, and follow everybody here. You can find me, especially on YouTube. Most of my content's on YouTube, but I'm also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and working on Spotify. So we're talking content. So guys, stay in tune. We got a lot with these firings going on, man. It's going to be a lot to talk about. The draft is right around the corner, so it's going to be a lot to talk about. So stay in tune with everybody, man. I mean, Uncle Steve, appreciate you once again for having me on, brother. It's always a pleasure to be on with you. Rest of you guys, man, just keep giving me the insight, man, because I love talking Falcon football. I talk to a brick wall, but it's especially great when I can come in and talk with guys who have their own opinion about what's going on. So appreciate you guys sharing the stage with me.
You the man, brother.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate
Yes,
you,
sir.
man. Appreciate you. Man, I know it's one dude on here, man. You could talk sports, you could talk football, baseball. Brother does movie reviews, he does recipes. I think he even has like a manual at home to do exercises and all of that. As far as that's concerned, I don't know, but my brother T Wheel in the house, man. 2025 was such a big growth for him, man. I saw him start in one place and he's ending up on the other side, and everybody knows who he is, and people mistake me for him when they see me sometimes. So
Hey,
I know that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They've never mistaken me for you. Like, why does that happen to you? Like, nobody's like, I'd be honored. Nobody ever comes up to me as like Uncle Steve. They're like, I know you, but I don't know your name. But you,
I'm sorry about that, T. Will. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know.
Oh wow! Oh wow! No, hey, Uncle Steve. First and foremost, thank you for having me. Everybody on the panel, this was great. I respect all you guys. I appreciate all you guys. I follow all you guys. I watch all you guys. You can see me at For My ATL Sports 1 on YouTube. And hey, man, just good fellowship. I hate it had to be under these circumstances, but this was fun. And hey, Uncle Steve, let's do it again, man.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for joining me over here. My brother Mark is on the mark. Been hitting it stride in the last couple of years, man. Though he does go back on his promises on not being able to make content and going back on his boycotts, but we still love what he does out there in the Atlanta creative space. The only brother I know to come back from a straight out seizure and come back and be able to come and view ourselves on the screen again. Brother, tell everybody where you at and what you're doing, bro.
You can find me on the mark on YouTube, man. Not hard to find at this point. Hey man, I appreciate all you guys on here. You actually did me a solid. I was gonna come home, go to sleep. Now I'm wide awake, so that means I'm about to troll Saints fans. So yeah, man. Listen, I tell people this all the time, man. There needs to be more people actually when they follow the Falcons. They need to follow actual content creators of the Falcons, not these guys that come in and they do one video and they get like 15,000 views and they be telling half truths anyway because they don't know about our team. So I always refer people to other channels, not just my channel, but everybody in the space, because we all have, I say this countless times, we all have different opinions. We don't agree all the damn time, and my boycott had stipulations on it. I said when Raheem technically got fired today. Okay. He technically got fired today. So that's what my boycott was. He gets fired, your boy's back on here. And I'm glad he got fired. But I have a New Year's resolution. Mm-hmm. It goes two ways. I'm trying not to curse as much so I can get my monetization back. I don't know how long that's going to last. because I definitely cursed in both my videos today. Or I'm just gonna have to put a parental advisory sticker and just say to hell with it. But I appreciate all you guys, man, and all the stuff that y'all do, man. Larry, I got caught up doing something where I couldn't really watch the game a couple weeks ago, but I had my phone on and I was listening to you, give the play-by-play. Bruh, you probably need to look into doing that professionally. Because some of these guys they got calling these games are terrible. I'm talking directly at Drew Brees. Awful.
You know what, Marcus? To your point, there was a couple of sections today where they were talking about the Falcons getting 57 sacks, but they referred to them as the Saints. And then they went to the on-field announcer who went right along with it and was like, speaking of and went on to talk about the Saints. And they do that all the time. And I second that. I've heard Larry's great. Okay.
Yeah.
First and foremost, Larry does every sport. Larry does checkers, tiddlywinks, Monopoly, everything. And he's great
tournaments.
He's awesome.
Y'all want nothing in those space.
Live Larry's life.
Little Rambo just cut clubs. It's getting dangerous now.
You know what? That's gonna be our next thing. We ought to do a content creator spades.
Hey, let's do it.
We ought to do that this year. That should be that. I don't know.
I want y'all to still like me.
I'm about to say, I still want to like all you guys. I don't. Yeah, that's gonna bring out the animal.
You know what?
I want y'all to be mad.
Y'all never played spades with me and Uncle Steve before.
Hey man, I'm just trying to tell you.
Got a playlist.
Man,
You can't go lie to you.
We got a playlist, bro.
Y'all be the first ones to get up.
Yeah, Big Low don't have a lot of talent in much stuff, but
wow.
he can play. He can.
Wow.
You can't play Bill Wish. You can't play spades.
That's true. That is true, Coach. That is true. That is true.
Hey, but Uncle Steve, real quick, you notice we haven't heard, and I was checking for it. We haven't heard Mark say our favorite word all night.
Yeah.
Let me get it one time from you, Mark.
You can't come on my broadcast without your copyrighted phrase.
Man, I got a couple of my thing. Hey, listen, we got rid of the cheese.
That's what I was waiting on, Mark. Nobody hitting that cheeks like Mark hit that cheeks dollar.
Hey man, I hopefully God willing, next season I don't have to say that as it refers to our team. I get to call another team cheeks next year. I don't know. But yeah, man, I appreciate being on, Steve, man. Once we get off, I'm gonna troll the Saints for about an hour or two before I call it a night.
Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. I appreciate you, man. My draft partner, my buddy in the middle over there. Yeah, he got some problems, but we all right. That's the tidy from the middle. In Georgia, there's like 3 different sections. There's Atlanta, and then there's down at the bottom, and then there's Tidyland. And Tidyland, that's where all the little, folks hang out, the little critters and things of that nature. But I still own him as I still call him a friend. So hopefully, Oh, matter of fact, speaking of which, finished second in our fantasy league this year.
Congratulations.
So appreciate that. Yeah. What place did you finish, by the way?
That can't be good. That can't be good.
We won't talk about that. Yeah. I'm like the Falcons. I'll be back next year.
I appreciate you, brother. They always appreciate you joining, man. Let everybody know what you're doing when you coming on, man. And do we get some player grades for the end of the year?
Yeah. I'm gonna do it for the end of the year. Yeah, maybe not this coming week, but maybe the following week after that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to say, man, like this was a stupendous show, man. I really enjoyed this. More than anything, I enjoyed the fellowship with with other Falcons content creators. I know we all,
Amen.
we live our own lives, and we it's hard to get schedules together, man. But this was great. This was great.
Yeah.
As somebody on the panel said earlier, like we got something great out of these two files. Yeah. So we got to try to coordinate a little more often and do this more often because I think the people that watch everybody's shows, they enjoy this also. But salute to everybody on the panel, man. Much love, much respect to everybody. You can find me here on YouTube at Atlanta Bird Game, and I also want to say congratulations to Steve. There's no way that I thought you could actually stay up this late at your age. I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of you because I didn't think it was possible. So congratulations to you, Steve. That's a great job.
This is Lowe's Moonshine. Lowe's Moonshine. If you drink it, a little bit of.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, what? I'm
At
just
the
laughing.
very bottom.
Tiny. What in the world?
Oh man,
Steve had been up past 1 a.m. since probably the 90s.
Hey, you're probably right. Hey, you're not too far off.
wow.
Dang,
Hey, man, I ain't been out like this since Disco Kroger, man. Rupert's, man. I don't know what y'all know about all that. I don't know if y'all remember that. But
we don't.
Yeah.
I do.
Hey, Tiny, the last time he was up this late, that beep came on the TV at a certain time.
Oh man, y'all are showing
The
out.
TV went to sleep.
Y'all are showing out.
Y'all leave
man.
a brother alone, man. Come on.
That's crazy, bro.
He was became.
I didn't know this was
Y'all,
Uncle Steve
man,
Roast.
y'all are something.
Yeah.
I didn't know this was Uncle Steve Roast.
I'm
Man.
feeling some kind of way because I'm not that much younger than him. So
Right.
I
Me
mean,
neither.
I feel like y'all about to offer me some prune juice or something. Like I don't know what the hell is going on.
That's
But
in this
okay.
Or some oatmeal or something.
The laugh Metal Music gonna be part of y'all regular meal. Y'all need to
Hey,
stop laughing now. Y'all need to stop laughing.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Yes, it
Y'all
will.
stop laughing.
Oh
I
man.
can attest to that. Yes, it will.
Man, listen, if you can drink prune juice with a straight face, you can eat a plate.
Hey man. Hey man. Marcus, don't knock it till you try it.
Hey, ain't no way.
Oh goodness. I guess I'm
There will
old
be
then.
times that you gonna have to have it, not because you want it.
I guess I'm old. I can drink prune juice like that.
Exactly. Hey, Uncle Steve, when you're young, it's if you like food. When you
they
get a
talking
little
all
bit
that.
older,
They
it's
talking
if food
all
like
that
you.
mess. They
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
all that mess.
It's
I'm gonna run into Marcus at Aldi one day, and he gonna be talking about,
Hey,
hey man,
I-
that
I-
store brand, Steve. What's that store brand you were talking about on the stream the other week?
yeah, Steve, I refuse to shop at Aldi's. I'm not paying for no cart, and I ain't paying for no bags. I ain't doing that.
Well, hey, Mark, don't ever go to Maryland because at all their grocery stores you got to pay for the bags.
Crazy
Oh, man.
Mark,
Every
I
grocery
had
store.
no idea that you had to. When I first went to Aldi, I was like, looking like, oh, where the bags at? And she said, oh,
what's
they're
wrong with
right
Aldi?
there. They cost this. I was like, wait a minute.
Grab a box.
Oh
I
yeah.
was like,
Yep.
they ain't gonna give me no bags.
Yep.
What's wrong with Aldi's?
No, ain't nothing wrong with Aldi's. Is they charge you for the
I
bags.
got plenty of bags. Stop
They
playing with me.
charge you for the bags. No, that's
And the shopping
anyway.
cart.
Anyway, before last but not least, man, my buddy Big Low today, and I know we got a chance to go to the game and see everything that was going on up there, man. Great. I like I said, for the last game of the year, that Arthur Blank, that was probably part of it too. He probably looked out there and said, man, only people I see is the same folks here every day, all these red seats out here. This 4-game winning streak means nothing, so it's time to switch it up. Lowe is there all the time, kind of trying to feel the atmosphere. So, brother, I appreciate you always being out there as a Falcons fan. Thank you for the content you bring to everybody here, your good nature and humor, and we appreciate you, brother. And I just let everybody know where you are out here in the content creator world.
Definitely. And first of all, thank you so much, Uncle Steve. I appreciate you for opening up your platform, letting everybody kind of vent and talk about, the situation that the Atlanta Falcons are in right now. I want to let everybody know that you can find me on Friday and Saturday nights at 7:30 in the Boom Boom Room in front of Uncle Steve.
And does Coach Roney know about this?
Oh man.
You can find me in front of Uncle Steve. That's the lead.
No. This is a disclaimer. I have no idea who this guy is.
Oh man.
But you can find us at Big Low Country Sports on YouTube. We get together, chop it up, have the coaches meetings all the time. Every now and then, we'll maybe throw together a music video or something like that. Uncle Steve, take me to school with his dancing prowess, and things like that. But moving forward this offseason, we're definitely gonna have a great time. We're gonna have, look, all these guys on here, that's on this panel right now, they're gonna be providing some great content. So y'all make sure that y'all check them out. Y'all make sure that y'all take a screenshot. If you got your phone right now, take a screenshot and look up all of these guys that are on here. And I'm telling you, everybody's gonna have something for you. They're gonna have something different. So y'all make sure that y'all check us out. And man, we're gonna have some fun this offseason, bro.
Yes, we are.
Mark said his phone died on him. He know he got offended when I said he was shopping Aldi's. That's probably what BlackBerry. I see you on that BlackBerry, man. I wish you had come up on the link next time, brother. I caught you out there, man. Good job.
So he said all the unks and Big Low was on one panel.
I saw that.
That's what he said. He said all the unks and Big Low. I ain't the unks.
It's unks and grandpa paws with Steve on here. Steve was a pawpaw.
Look, you say that. You ain't see Uncle Steve on the basketball court now.
Hey, I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna let them be. I'm gonna let them talk, and then when it the real time comes, come out there to consolidate Uncle and see.
Look, y'all think I'm playing? Like I never seen.
What was that movie? What was that movie where Kyrie was that old man?
Uncle
Drew.
Steve. Look, some people might say it's smooth. Some people might say it's slow. But I mean, he got the moves done. Like he came to the basket.
I bet he shoot his free throw like Rick Barrett on the other.
Hey, and like Rick, about 95%.
95%.
No, you're from the Oscar Robertson era.
Hey man, my elbow wasn't tough, man. What you talking about? Oh man, look, y'all, man, y'all are awesome, man. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna put the little theme music on the tag on it, but I appreciate all y'all tonight. I'm still coming on tomorrow, everybody, for the Monday Minutia. So I'll catch y'all on the Monday Minutia. Everybody out there, like the video. If you haven't subscribed to all these gentlemen here on the screen. Appreciate y'all. Everybody have a great night, and we will catch y'all later on, fellas. Y'all be good. Catch some of y'all later on in the day.
Peace.
But y'all be good, okay? Take care.
Peace, gents.
You're an Uncle Steve.